Yes, D&D. Monster Frontier, Monster Hunter campaign. We are starting the session as the party has just been transported to the Wayfarer's Respite by means of an amulet that a Gajulaka found in the desert and got identified by a spectral entity residing inside of a mummy tortoise house.
Yeah,
Perfectly normal.
Shit's happened.
So
do we want? Do you want us to introduce our characters really quickly?
Yeah, sure. We can start with that.
Okay,
I
guess I'll
start. Down the line.
So people who are watching right now, you can actually see my character sheet up on the screen, and you won't be able to see anyone else's because Taylor is currently unable to stream from his end, from the DM perspective, so we're streaming from my end. I'm a silent protagonist. I play Kiljow. He is a Gajulaka rogue, rogue fighter. He grew up in basically a town of glorified murder hobos and decided this is fucked. Went into the woods and lived in the woods for the first few years of his life until he was almost killed by a Nargacuga and got brought to the frontier town, where he has since become a monster hunter. Kind of.
All right. Jacob next, just going down the line from left to right, the names on Roll20.
Well, my character is Lialeop Deaufraeck. However, she is most commonly called Leo. Leo is also Linian, however, she is more of the feline line instead of the Gajulaka. So she is what most everybody would actually know of as, the cat companion that they would have.
A rational human being as opposed to murder hobo cat.
Yeah, I'm surprised Killjaw's not dead.
So am I.
And I have finally come to this realization that Kiljow lives every day like it's the first and last day of his life, and it's just a wonderful life.
Because it probably is.
Leo is a bardlock, creation bard, old one warlock, which is kind of a rehash of what I originally had her as a warlock, or not warlock, but a bard earlier. But it's like she follows the patron Bob, who she visits every time she drinks a cargo blaster.
Yes, it was very fun for me. It's the first time I've helped someone respect their class by getting drunk. I hope it's not the last because it's hilarious.
He's not wrong.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Respect by getting shit-faced?
With this particular drink, yes.
Don't worry. I'll introduce your character to it soon enough.
Trust me, you will meet him soon, and you'll meet Bob soon enough. Actually, his name is. It's hard to pronounce. I just call.
You're pronouncing the wrong.
I do it every time.
I know. Also, it appears we have
Bob
Illiren.
is nice.
Somewhat, maybe. I have no idea.
Hey, Illiren.
Just in time to introduce his character.
My computer is old as hell. Had to have been replaced back before we've met. Haven't done that yet. So it's held together by duct tape and some string. I'm moving, so half my things are in boxes, so it took me a while to find this headset.
Oh, shit.
I have no idea what's going on. I'm horribly underprepared, but I'm ready to go. Let's do this.
As long as we got you on voice, we can make it work.
Yeah, we're introducing our characters right now for stream, so if you want to introduce your character.
Right. I'm Sig something or other. I've never actually had to say the last name. I don't know what it is.
Altria.
Some brand of cigarette, I think. Wyvern. Elder Wyvern.
Wyverian.
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 The
That's the
wyvern for
word.
the things that you hate.
Yes. Goddamn fire curtains. I am a very young, 600 or something, artificer. Just straight artificer. And, I don't keep notes. I write inventions instead. I very rarely know what's going on.
He's the pop of the crew.
Who's Pop Pop?
Yeah,
Like
he,
young? It goes Pop Pop.
You are
under
Mr.
his
Artillery.
languages, we should put it. Under his languages, we should put Spreck and Shebang Bang.
Oh, you speak fucking shit.
Oh my god.
Go to the second name. Yeah.
All right. Kitsune.
No, I'm sick.
No, Kitsune is next.
Oh.
Hello everyone, I'm an insane player of a wonderfully insane albino lizard folk named Crusch Lulu. I'm a cleric. And sent by a church to find anything weird going on and got roped into this lot.
Yep. Cleric of a War God, as there's very few that would otherwise approve of your behavior.
Pretty much.
I to clarify, to play with this bunch, you have to be crazy.
A little bit. This
Yeah.
is a very
Manic
fast,
Micro all the way.
it's a very fast and loose game. And lastly, Dan.
Hello, I am Nysdrith Akambherylliax. I'm a Delmodian dragonborn. I originally served in the military, but I came here because my former captain always dreamed about coming to the New World to do some epic hunts and whatnot. So I've kind of come to fulfill his wishes. I am a rune knight, which is pretty cool. Something a little bit new to the parties.
Ooh.
It is a very fun subclass, and I very much like the utility that it adds to a fighter. From game design perspective, especially. But I am the DM slash PC herder.
He's the group
this
mom.
If you hear me being
God,
exasperated,
God,
I'm
is that
probably
you?
just playing it up. Probably. Not 100%, but probably just playing.
Maybe.
And
He is the
for
one that giveth and taketh away.
for Nysdrith, as well as anyone else new to this, this is the Wayfarer's Respite, an interdimensional inn that can only be accessed by one with a specific badge using a keyword that is coded to that badge. Currently, it's in the hands of Kiljow because that can't end poorly. And previously, the party has come here multiple times, has been able to purchase food and drinks from exotic locales and worlds.
And also respect their class out of drunken stupor.
Yes.
Kiljow is particularly fond of Miltank Burger.
And Pan-Galactic Gargle Blasters.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a fan of the jelly-filled, onigiri.
Hey, don't forget. Oh shoot, what was it called again?
Fallen Angel Wine?
That's some good shit right there. But no, I'm talking about those chicken nuggets. What are they called again?
McNuggets.
Nugget.
No, they were spicy. They couldn't have been from McDonald's.
Shots have been fired.
I mean, Burger King has those wonderful spicy chicken fries. Those are pretty good.
I'm personally a fan of the Windy Spicy Chicken Nuggets because they're actually spicy.
I didn't even know about those. Then again, I only get burgers from Wendy's, so.
They're really good if you dip them in a chocolate frosty, and I know that's weird, but I will die on that hill.
Hey,
I'm spitting
did-
all over my monitor right now with talking like this.
Wonderful.
Hot Hill.
Hey,
Hot Hill.
I don't-
But chocolate nonetheless.
I don't care. I got a bag of of soft tacos, soft taco tortillas, peanut butter, and jelly. I'm a happy cat.
That sounds disgusting.
Well, if it's just the tortillas with peanut butter and jelly. If it's tacos with peanut butter and jelly, that's very different.
That makes more sense.
All
Yes,
right,
it's
so
tortillas.
So, as you guys are here, you're approached and seated at your table by Tindriel, the Asimar waiter, who has previously been here a couple times. You
what
see
happened in my notes?
a couple other individuals at various tables, but it's not particularly busy because it is, at least from your perspective, morning.
Wait. What's the name of the waiter right now?
Tindriel, Tyndriel.
Tyndr.
IEL.
And you said Asimar?
Yes.
Oh, I do have Tindriel in my notes. Never mind. Thank you.
Yes. But he comes up. Most of you are fairly regular customers, so he gets you some menus and lets you wait to order. Presumably, you're all getting this booth on the side because otherwise you're not going to fit anywhere unless you want to take up like 2 tables.
I think Crusch was passed out in a corner.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Crusch drunk herself into a drunken stupor because she doesn't have any money.
Cool. Excellent. Wonderful.
Par for the course.
She's
Kel
currently
is
trying to drain her Everfull flask.
It's not going to work.
No, you specifically asked for that not to be what happens.
Try anyway.
It's already happened once. Dang it,
Reed's
Bob.
been here before, so he's not as awed by this as, say, Kel is, who was at one moment working on paperwork and in the next is being bustled over to a table in an inn. Nysdrith, you are handed a menu and sat at a table.
I sit on Killjaw's lap.
I feel like that would be very unhealthy for Kiljow.
No, you don't.
After being pushed off his lap, I sit on the other chair, I guess, that's still open.
There's more chairs if you need them, actually. That's a weird thing. You notice there were like 3 chairs here, but now you're seating a party of 6 and there are 6 chairs.
I'm scared.
You should be.
There's nothing to be scared of. It's just a totally normal inn.
I don't think this is a normal inn.
I mean,
fair, I don't
Normal
think.
inns.
To be fair, I don't think Kiljow has been to many inns.
I don't think Kiljow has been to any other inns.
It's normal.
It's totally normal.
Just don't think about it.
What's on the menu?
Well-
It's best not to think about it.
You look at the menu, and it starts out with like not an entree, an appetizer section, and you turn it over, and there's some more appetizers, a variety of things that are fried or pickled or served on a platter. You turn it back over to the front, and it's a 3rd page of the menu.
Yeah, still appetizers, or
Yeah, no, it keeps going.
okay.
Like, is there anything in particular that you're trying to find?
I flip it over like 3 or 4 times real quickly, and then stare at one side.
You have gotten to the salads.
Oh, that's not gonna work for me. How do you rewind this thing?
Go the other way.
I stare at him with crossed eyes.
Yeah, no, you just have to flip it in the other direction.
I try awkwardly flipping it in the other direction.
I
It
want to
goes-
see if that actually worked.
back to appetizers. Yes, it is directionally based.
Roll for initiative for combat against the menu.
Tindriel, how much would it cost to buy a shot of Pangalactic Gargle Blaster for everyone at the table?
And Nysdrith, you turn, and Tindriel, who wasn't there, is now there as Kiljow is talking to him.
Where is this place?
Yeah, it's a totally normal inn.
Shut up, you! I wasn't talking to you.
For
I was talking to
six-
Kel.
In our case, Kiljow's right. This is pretty normal.
I'm very scared.
Kel
You should
is
be.
like just sort of looking at the he's continued flipping the menu over. He's somewhere into like sandwiches. And he's looking at the list of sandwiches with a little drool hanging out of his mouth. It's like, this place is heaven.
I start fanning myself with the menu, so it's going back and forth.
It's got like those holographic trading cards.
Oh, so
I
what's the
stop
price for
randomly
the
at
six?
wherever, like I end with the fanning.
Tindriel says, yes, for some of the Pangalactic Goggle Blaster. Stocks have been a bit low recently, so for 6 of you, it would be about 24 gold for a shot each.
All right, I give him 24 gold.
And he will go over to the bar and get your order and bring it back while everyone else is messing with their menus.
We might want to hold off on getting any more Pangalactic Blaster until they get more stock later, Kiljow.
You
I
guys
don't-
have been buying so much of it.
I don't understand what you're saying.
We're drinking all their stock is what I'm saying.
I'm obligated to buy some every time I come here.
Interrupt. Can I have the poo platter?
Yes, of course. As he's now next to you and serving drinks to everyone.
Thank you.
Uh,
Also, can I have a let's see here, the blueberry wine with infused bourbon.
Yes. Very good
A
eye.
bottle of that stuff. How much would a bottle of that stuff cost me?
A full bottle would cost about 8 gold.
8 gold. Worth it.
And the poo-poo platter will cost approximately 5 silver.
Okay. Cool.
I'll take a milk tank burger.
All right. That will be 3 silver.
10, 10, 10, right?
Yes.
Yeah, tens.
Okay. Just make sure.
And as he places the Pangalactic Gargle Blaster shot in front of each of you, he goes to go to the kitchen, ? If you watch him go, you Nysdrith, and other people would have seen this before, you notice he just sort of walks through the bar
Yeah,
into the back.
like literally through the back wall of the bar.
Is he dead?
Huh? No, he just went back to the kitchen.
Reed turns to you and says, I don't really understand it myself either, but there's some sort of weird space thing going on here. Like, I don't think he's here right now, but the owner of this here bar is a mighty powerful magic person.
Is he here? I'd love to say hi.
If you
You
look
can play
around,
some-
Yeah, I
He's,
look around to see if Akambherylliax is here.
Kakadiel is in fact not here.
Aw.
After a short while, you're... Actually, wait. While you guys are waiting, is anyone actually drinking their drinks?
No, I'm not buying anything these people buy for me. Or, sorry,
Kill-
drinking these
Kill-
people buy for me.
Kiljow
They
will
got-
take his shot and gesture for everyone else at the table to take theirs and do a little toast to the table and kind of look at their new strange companion and welcome to the party.
I pick up the glass, and then I do one of those cartoony things where I hide it with my head and just splash it behind me.
Thank you very
No,
much.
don't do that.
All right, anybody?
Trust me. Go ahead, drink your drink. I want you to meet Bob.
I don't trust you people.
I mean, we have to trust each other. That's why we're here, to get to know each other better, because we have to go on adventures together.
Also, Crusch is over there getting drunk.
How drunk is Crusch at this point?
Have you stopped drinking from your flask?
No, she's trying to meet Bob the hard way.
Crusch is dead of alcohol poisoning.
Yeah, you passed out.
Aww.
Is Sig drinking any?
I'm well enough aware of the fact you drink that at the end of the meal, because otherwise you couldn't get through the meal.
All right. Reed and Kel will need to make me some Constitution. Okay. Leo and Kiljow, make me Constitution saving throws with disadvantage.
Yep. God damn it! I'm never gonna meet Bob.
Yeah, Kiljow, you get raging drunk. Leo, you kind of feel fuzzy mentally and almost pass out, but you're like barely conscious.
Hell with it. I'll go ahead and actually down the thing.
Drink the drink.
All right.
16
You
both
are
ways.
very drunk. As you drink it, it tastes roughly like being hit in the brain by a lemon wrapped around a gold brick.
Ooh.
How many different
Yes.
new colors are on the spectrum?
All of them.
All of them.
It's pretty much just a.
And so as they each take a shot, Kel gets very drunk very quickly, and Reed passes out.
Oh, Lord.
Early morning drunks.
But yes, after a short bit of, arguing over whether to drink your drinks, Tindril comes back out with your food. Poo-poo platter for Nysdrith. For those not aware, it does not involve any poo.
Nope, it's a nice little dish from a restaurant very near to my house.
And the milk tank burger for Kiljow. Tindril at this point asks if anyone else is ready to order because you've had a little time to look at your menus.
Did you bring up a bottle of wine too?
Yes, he does bring you the blueberry
I'm too
whiskey
drunk right
concoction.
now, so I'm smart enough to not drink that at the moment. But I bag that shit.
Mm-hmm. Oh boy, wait till you find out what. Okay.
Wait, what?
Yeah. So, he turns to the other members of your party. Sig is presumably still looking at the menu, trying to find something. Same with Leo and Kel, and Reed is unconscious.
I want to poke Reed a couple times, try to wake him up.
How vigorously are you trying to wake him up?
Yes.
So it works, but only after you've managed to smack him across the face with one of the turkey legs or chicken legs from the poo-poo platter.
Hey, give it back!
I'll hand it back to Nysdrith. Hey, Reed, they're taking food orders.
Ow. Whatever. Stops a hangover.
My Chinese food does that really well.
Tindriel writes a note down on his notepad. Very good, sir. Any other orders from the rest of you? Cal speaks up. Yeah, could I have some of the what is this French beef with au jus type thing? Of course, sir. Very good. He turns to Leo and Sig. Have you all made up your mind as well, or?
Give me just a second, because I'm trying to find a specific kind of thing.
Of course.
Oh, I was actually saying that out of character.
Oh. Well, he will. Wait a second.
The character too, to be perfectly honest, so.
I'll have this Nanny Ogg's toffee rat on a stick.
That sounds amazing. How much did that cost?
Yes, I am pulling from Discworld. Trey Pratchett. Damn.
That's very good. Writes it down. For these two fellows, it will be 2 silver each, and they pay. And for the rat on a stick, it is a very specific supplier, so that will be 8 silver.
Leo, go ahead and take care of that 8 silver there.
How much for deep fried lombacks? Sorry.
I mean, you're unconscious, but if you're going to start ordering sentient species, you might need a different part of the bar. If you recall, Kakabiel said this is the part that caters to you as a group.
True. I'm just gonna mute and pretend I'm still unconscious.
All right, Sig, do you order anything, or are you still looking, or?
I'm not that good with coming up with food ideas.
Throw me a category and I can give you some examples.
You know what? For now, Sig is just trying to get to the end of the menu.
Right.
Yeah.
Tindriel goes back to the kitchen and starts getting them to prep those orders for you. Sig, you continue flipping through the menu for several minutes. Eventually, you hit the end of the menu, some page very deep in the desserts. And it has a note at the end that says, if you are unable to find your preferred dish on this menu, please ask.
I'm watching Sig do that intently.
I feel like the menu got upset with me.
What page did it end on?
Yes.
Wow.
It just says yes.
You've reached page 576.
As it updates with another 1,000 pages.
Yeah, I was going to say, someday when I'm in the mood, I'll actually write out the menu for this place, and it will be glorious and far too long.
Forward to that.
Yeah, you hit page 576 before the menu started buffering.
Then you start getting ads popping up.
New Soul Wash. Cleanse your soul for when you inevitably sign it over to your demon overlords. Only $3.99.
A lot of
More
gold.
pages. We've been trying to reach you about your armors and spending words.
Oh my
I didn't
god.
open it yet.
Burn that pig.
All right. Yeah, you guys are you? What are you doing? Waiting, socializing, talking about anything, or just sitting there staring at each other awkwardly while Sig flips through the menu?
So where did you come from, Nysdrith?
Across the seas, the old world. I used to serve in the army. One of the
What-
wars recently that happened over there.
Wait,
I,
there are
served during
different
that.
there are different worlds in our world?
Well, I mean, I said this here's the new world.
Well, what's so new about it?
I don't know, discovered more recently or something. Although, as I understand, it's been around for quite a while.
Has Kiljow ever heard any of this?
Probably not.
No. Okay. I
I'm
don't
curious.
I don't
What-
understand.
I'm sorry.
I mean,
Yeah, neither do I.
my tribe's always been here.
Yeah, but you know how when your tribe goes and finds a new tribe they didn't know was in the valley next door to them? And that makes that tribe new, despite the fact that tribe might have been there for, years or something like that? It's kind of the same thing. That make any sense to you?
Nope.
Okay, then there's nothing I can do to help you. Sorry.
I mean, normally when my tribe would find another tribe, they would go and kill them.
Right, but that's still a new tribe to you because you didn't know it was there before, right?
I mean, a lot of times we knew it was there. Like we had gone and we'd killed them before, and then we waited for them to repopulate, and then we went back and killed them again.
Oh, I just got really dark.
You are talking to a character whose tribe worships the Lord of Murder.
He is not kidding.
I'm not kidding. That's Gajalaka lore.
Yep.
We don't let him do the overnight shift all by himself, right?
Oh, absolutely. We totally let him do it by himself.
I'm really
Okay.
good at keeping watch.
Most of the time.
The thing with Kiljow, okay, is that he's not like the other guy, Jalaka. He didn't like them. He left them.
Yeah, I lived in the woods.
Okay, so slightly better.
Exactly. Now, of course, that he still. How to put this nicely? Kiljow can still be an acquired taste,
I can tell.
but he's probably one of our best scouts we've ever had.
I'd prefer it if no one ate me.
Not that kind of acquired taste, hun.
No, I mean, with some of the stuff we're gonna
Okay.
be hunting, it might happen.
I mean, we make lots of friends when we're out hunting.
He's actually not kidding there either. He is pretty much our diplomat.
Oh my god.
Works somehow.
Somehow.
Just trust it. It's worked several times.
Kiljow has the most important talent in this party.
Dumb
Sheer
luck.
dumb luck.
That wins half the battle.
Yeah, no, I made us friends with a evil blue dragon and friends with a bunch of evil wolves, and I tamed an iodrome. I basically tamed a giant velociraptor.
Sounds
Here's the
good.
thing.
He is not exaggerating. He did all that, and it's oh my god.
Let me
When in
explain
doubt,
some medieval
just throw
medicine ways you
Kiljow
can
at it.
understand. It's quite simple. No matter what you're doing, no matter how thorough the plan, dumb luck can fall apart. Luckily for us, dumb luck's on our side.
Yeah.
When in doubt, just throw Kiljow at it. He'll either kill it, almost get killed, or he'll make it our friend.
Yep.
Cool. So, can you get me a really cool mount to ride around on?
I mean, I'm busy training my Iodrome to be battle ready.
Can you teach me how to do that? I'm kind of actually starting to like you a lot right now.
I mean, yeah, no, you just have to find one that's kind of in a rough situation, and then feed it meat. I mean, mine likes pickled eggs, but
Interesting.
Oddly enough, he's not kidding. Oh my god, how many times am I going to say that?
Many times as we recap the absolutely insane stuff you guys have done.
yeah, no, we were. What was the creature that we were fighting on our first mission, Taylor?
The Barugaru.
Yeah, we were going after a Barugaru, and a bunch of different like Iodromes and other smaller creatures were attacking it. And the Iodrome had all of its friends die. And then we killed the Barugaru, and then I fed it meat, and then it came home with me. And that's how I tamed my creature.
At about this
Dumb
point,
luck
Tindriel
works.
shows up with your meals and starts handing them out. Kel gets the French dip sandwich he was trying to ask for. Reed gets the large breakfast platter, which has probably enough grease on it to power a small country. And Leo gets your rat on a stick. It is actually quite a large rat.
Oh my god, I gotta tear into this motherfucker.
I'm going to DM you something, Taylor.
Mm-hmm. And Tindriel just says, well, let me know if you need anything else, or if you wish to order anything else.
I
And-
think I'm good. But thanks.
And I flip him an extra 5 silver just as a tip. Oh, did we lose Taylor?
I think he's reading my DM.
Okay,
Yes.
I flip him an extra 5 silver as a tip.
It just disappears into the air around him. Thank you, sir. And he bows and turns and is at another table.
Dude. Oh, not on this menu. Oh.
I found it.
Bummer. Okay.
Not such a bummer for the elves.
Shh. I was hoping to find it and then order it and feed it to everyone at the table.
It does say it does specifically say ask if anything's not on this menu.
Okay, I went looking and I found the food I was wanting.
Okay.
Ginger infused pea tendril and hibiscus root salad, as well as spicy pickled kelp.
Bitch went fancy.
And as soon as you say that you figured out what you want, Tindriel is back at the table.
Of course he is.
There is no escape.
Nope.
There's no escape.
As you say that, he says, of course, sir. Might I suggest one of our white wines? We've got one that would pair quite well with that, I think.
You know what? That sounds great. Yeah. Not like I'm drinking this yet. Yeah,
All
pushing
right.
the gargle blaster to the side slightly.
Do
Uh,
Eric Cochra exist in our world?
Yes, one of them manages the airship yard.
Okay.
Nice person.
Says, all right, sir, that will be 1 gold and 7 silver, and I'll have that out for you momentarily.
Do I see Eric Cochra on the menu anywhere?
No, nothing on the menu suggests it is made from sentient creatures.
Okay.
Again,
It's
you
one of the
manifested
special
in
menu.
a bar that is designed for people of your group's sensibilities.
But I've heard they taste like chicken.
Going
That's
on
what
there.
it should
I'm
be.
gonna
I'd
pretend
be
that
like,
didn't even happen.
hey, you know, if you guys are cooked right, you guys taste like chicken, and then the dude would just be looking at you like, oh, what the heck? Although I'm not any better, because I kind of wanted to try and order deep fried lombax.
It's okay. I was asking if I could find elf ribs.
Wow.
Killjaw's
Right,
a Gajala. Killjaw's a Gajalaka. These
You
things,
anymore.
these things were delicacies back at home.
Right, I get that now.
Wonder
I mean-
what deep fried dragonborn would taste like.
We didn't just kill stuff and then just leave it. We'd use what we killed. We just killed a
Depends
lot
on
of
the color.
stuff.
You know what you say? It's based on the group's sensibilities. I'm wondering if that isn't that far away.
In any case, Tindriel comes back out with your salad on a very nice platter. It's a large salad with a variety of extra toppings on it, sort of on one side, and then a small bucket of ice with your bottle of champagne, or white wine, rather.
Good, because champagne tastes horrible.
All right. Again,
I
let us know if you need anything else.
Do you know if Kakabiel is here? I was hoping maybe we could introduce our new party member Nysdrith to him, since I mean he'll probably be stopping by with us fairly often.
Probably buying things.
Well, the boss is not here right now, but anticipation of a new regular, I'm sure he's quite eager to meet you. If you could wait a short while, I could see if he could come and meet and greet you.
I look around at the group.
Okay.
We can stay a full 24 hours before we're actually kicked out, so we're good.
Kel pipes up from where he's finishing his sandwich. 24 hours? I have to get back to work.
Oh yeah, no. You can leave anytime. You just have to walk for the door, and you'll be right back where you were.
Yeah, and anytime you think about needing to get back and wanting to go back, and anyone can leave at any time from anywhere.
Walk to the door, go away. There you go.
I mean,
I
isn't
can
that?
stay a bit longer, but not. I just didn't want to stay 24 hours.
Oh yeah, no, we probably won't be staying for 24 hours.
Mm-mm. Though this is a perfect time to find out more about our mission.
I mean, while we're here.
Yeah, do you want to tell us about our mission?
Does Crusch wake up yet, or is she still passed out stone cold drunk?
I mean, it's only been a
know
couple
what?
of minutes, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's only been a couple minutes.
True.
All right. Kel says, well, I believe the notice put up on the board had most of what we knew about it. There's a group that went to take a job exploring some ruins on the west side of the Umbral Sea. And they were originally meant to be back here a week or two ago, but haven't shown up. There's not enough concern to put out a whole expedition, but we wanted to send someone to just, check up on them.
Do you want to pull up the world map and show us where this is?
I sure can. This is Le Frontier. Your frontier camp is here. And the Umbral Sea ruins are here.
Well, I think we need to hire a boat.
Yes.
When's normally provided for missions like this?
Yes. Usually the accommodations for that sort of thing are taken care of at the shipyard. Though I think if you're able to make your way down to Port Valiant, that I can send word and Reed can get a smaller boat for you, a faster one. There weren't many people in the expedition party. They just took a sloop.
Is there anywhere here in the frontier camp we can buy enchanted items?
Oh, I almost forgot. You're new in town. There are a good deal of places to buy such things. Out of character, if you look in the downtime/shopping section, there are regular merchants and irregular merchants. Irregular merchants typically have a collection of random items.
Oh, here we are.
There's lots of magic items there.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, it's where I bought my bag of holding and these earrings, so that whenever Kiljow goes out to do his scouting, he can let us know immediately if there's trouble and we gotta go right to his ass.
Within
So
what?
you did leave them with someone to get a new set or a new one made that's attuned to them.
No, I think you kept the earrings and we're gonna leave them after the next mission.
Yeah, because I didn't have the money
Okay.
to do the deed.
All right.
Anybody that sells like a helmet of underwater breathing or something like that?
I'm not entirely sure. They might have something like that.
I mean, the merchants have these, and I'll reach into my own bag of holding and pull out a small, kind of like fist-sized crystal bubble. These are oxygen supplies that give you 10 minutes of air.
What's those cost?
I don't remember how much it costs. It would be in a regular merchant, I believe. Oxygen supply. Who sells the oxygen supplies?
One of you have access to water breathing or potions of water breathing?
I have control water, that's about it.
Oh, right. That's why I remember. Okay. No, Reed speaks up. I can actually take care of that for you, at least for a little bit. I can use magic to make y'all able to breathe water for a day.
Oh,
Oh,
well,
that
takes
would be-
care of that problem.
That would be
I've
useful
also-
too.
I've also planned a little ahead and got some meal prep to create some items that'll also help underwater. Plus, I still have the potions of water breathing that we found on the
I
expedition we
believe
did.
that I can walk on water.
Yeah, but walking on water doesn't do us any help if we're looking for something that's underneath the water. I mean, that actually goes in the opposite direction of what we're trying to do.
It's water breathing.
Conceptual idea, Taylor.
Mhm.
If you cast Water Walk on yourself, it gives you the ability to move across any liquid surface. So
Right.
if you dive underwater and then cast Water Walk on you, Can you walk in 360 degrees?
Doesn't the description also say the fact that it launches you to the surface if you're
Yes,
underwater?
if you're underwater or you're submerged in a liquid, it launches you towards the surface.
That's too bad. Oh yeah, there it is at the bottom.
So Kitsune, I'm getting some weird feedback.
But
from
that's
your end.
perfect. I honestly don't know why. For some reason, my computer's not recognizing the microphone on my headset, so it's stuck going through my main mic on my laptop.
My curse continues!
Yeah, I blame
Reed-
Leo.
Reed turns to Leo and says, that might be a good idea. I can't do that as often as some other people can, so more of a backup. If you need to stay around longer than a day for this place, then might not be the best thing to rely on.
She nods. She
Accidentally
nods.
cast
No.
Dispel Magic.
Oh my god.
Again, not really helping us with going underwater. Also, you're drunk. Shut up.
Okay, I'll leave. Bye.
Wow!
Oh boy.
All right. So after some indeterminate amount of time, unless one of you has something particular you want to do, you eat together, talk for a bit, and
Share some of my crab cakes.
Not actually a fan of these. With mayo in them usually.
Well then.
yeah, and you all poof back into existence.
Did,
Oh,
did,
I need to meet the boss man.
I was gonna say, did Kakabia live?
Oh yeah, no. I'm skipping ahead of my own brain. After about an hour or so, Kel says that he has to go and take care of some stuff. Walks out. Another 10.
Thank you for all your help.
Oh, you're welcome. And about 10 or 15 minutes more pass by. And you guys see Kakabia walk down the stairs and over to your table.
Does he have a token?
Should. But you know what they say about should.
No, I don't.
I don't think we've ever seen a token of Kakabia.
I think we have maybe once in a dream.
Okay.
I don't think he does, to be honest.
What is Kakabio?
You will see in a moment.
You'll find
Why
out.
did I ask? I suddenly have a very bad feeling about this.
Don't worry, he's the good guy. Probably.
Right.
He's
Like the rest of you.
Yeah.
Oh no, we're assholes.
Exactly.
Don't you love it when you get 3 completely different answers?
I'm beginning to see why Kel brought me in with you guys.
Please, I needed the normality.
And the funny thing is that I'm usually the oddball in the group.
Yeah, and you're grouped in with a happy-go-lucky, always living like it's the last day of his life, Gajalaka. A slowly slipping, mentally feline, a shut-in tinkerer, and Crusch.
And Crush.
What? Crush is in her own group?
And a lizard folk cleric who's obsessed with reanimating corpses.
Okay, I thought I had a token for him, but I don't. I'll get one set up later. Just to move things along. You see Kakabia coming towards you, and you see he looks like a classical devil. Goat legs, horns, leathery wings, but he's wearing a very nice three-piece charcoal suit. And his eyes are solid black with little flecks of white in them.
Oh God, I knew I died in that battle, and now he's finally come to take me away.
Hi, Kakabio.
You're looking as sharp as ever, Kakabio.
Oh, you guys can see him too? Oh, it's about time I paid the piper. Oh. All right. Am I going up or down?
Your new friend is amusing.
This is Nysdrith.
Comes over to you, holds out his hand. Hello, Nysdrith. The name's Kokabiel. And I honestly have nothing to do with your afterlife. That's purely small time.
Oh, sorry about that.
I take his hand and shake it. I assuming awkwardly because he wasn't actually trying to shake my hand.
He was trying to shake your hand.
Oh, okay, good. I read that correctly.
To
I
be
give him then
perfectly
a
honest,
nice, firm, like soldier handshake.
He gives you a firm handshake back.
Nice to meet
So,
you. This
Nice
is your
to meet
bar?
you as well. Yes, one of many.
It's a nice place.
Honestly thought about changing up the persona, but the important thing really is that I don't show anyone my original form. That would mess some people up. Yes. And I'm glad you like it. We serve to please and are pleased to serve.
Wait,
So
when
you
you
have-
said original form, did you mean your form or the bar's form?
My form.
Oh, okay.
The bar exists as you see it, a bit of spatial manipulation aside. It's just not the only one. Just the ones you would like the most.
Cool. What's upstairs?
Rooms, when you pay for them.
Oh, sweet. So we can sleep here if we need to?
Oh,
Yeah, no.
absolutely, yes.
Oh.
I think we've stayed here once.
Yes,
Yeah.
and the rooms
Yeah.
are very nice.
Yes.
Yeah, that's so you have, but let's not forget that I have not been here yet.
I will
We stayed
reiterate.
here when we found the badge and left Leo alone. Remember?
I was about to fucking say, you fuckers have, I haven't.
Yeah.
They left Leo alone at a camp in the desert.
Oh my gosh.
As Kiljow says, it's not our fault Leo left.
Yeah,
He
it's not.
survived. It's fine.
Oh, there was
Just hit a
a
nice bronze dragon.
there was a huge argument, almost led to Kiljow leaving the team. Until we all found out it was the Guildmaster's fault for just giving Kiljow a badge and not explaining the rules.
Yeah, no, Kiljow basically got brought to the camp and got given a hunter badge a day later. Just said, yeah, go be a hunter.
hmm Cutter is not
Fault.
good with
Eh.
that sort of thing.
Cut us.
Cutter is the guildmaster for the Hunters Guild in the Frontier Camp.
He's the robot man.
There's a robot man?
You would have heard of him but not met him. He is a Warforged.
Wait. I've seen their kind before. There's a lot of them in the army.
In any case, it is good to meet you, Nysdrith. Hopefully you'll become quite the regular customer. And let us know if there's anything in particular that you need. No matter what it is, I promise that we can provide it for the right price.
Well, he's a part of our crew now. You're going to be seeing him pretty often, though, in Kiljow.
Yes,
I'm
I do
About
quite
once a
enjoy
week.
how often your party comes here. Plenty of good business.
I wish I could find another badge. Then we could come here twice a week.
There was one in the regular merchant,
I know.
like 2,000 gold.
I know. It was really expensive.
I would have bought it if I had the money.
It is technically speaking a very powerful item.
Yes. Yes, it is.
And Leo instantly says, "We get a second one. I'm holding on to that thing."
How long can we stay here?
Well, you can stay here for 24 hours, and then the badge puts you back where you were.
Cool.
Any longer, and I might be meddling a bit where I shouldn't, if you understand.
I mean, we did find out that if you're on a ship and you use the badge, it'll put you back on the ship wherever the ship may be.
Well, that's convenient.
Well, yes, of course. They wouldn't be much use to us if they just plopped people back where the planet was when it was originally used.
That's nice.
Don't question.
We didn't adjust for relative space-time, they wouldn't be much use at all.
Yeah, don't explain.
Convenient.
You're better off not explaining relative space-time to them.
What's space time?
Oh God.
Don't worry, it's fine.
Let's just leave that one alone. That is such a concept, so hard to explain. It even I can understand it.
Perhaps if your friend Kiljow could meet Bob, he might have a bit more understanding into it.
I keep trying.
Leo's ears perk up. You know Bob?
Well, of course I do.
Oh my goodness, it was so wonderful to meet him after that one shot I had.
Yes,
Go ahead.
I never met Bob. I met Up. The concept. But beyond that, I didn't really see anything interesting.
Well, so far I've only been able to have Crusch meet Bob. Bob likes Crusch.
Yes, I imagine he does.
I'm scared of this Bob guy.
Oh, don't worry, you'll love him.
He means well, but unlike myself, he makes no effort to conceal his true form.
That's scary.
Not scary, just...
But Bob
difficult to
is
understand.
Well, this group is a lot, so I'm starting to get used to a lot already.
Oh.
Boy, you ain't seen nothing yet. No.
No, that's about right.
God! It's
He
true.
suddenly feels a shiver running down his spine like he said the worst thing imaginable.
Alright.
Hey, I just gotta realize, since I'm technically drunk, should I actually be slurring, or in this case, stop slurring?
No, you're fine.
Yeah, you're fine.
Remember, you want to play your drunk character, to be honest.
Well, don't worry. You hang out with us long enough, you're gonna pretty much see everything.
I'm just imagining Sig with a 1,000-yard stare.
I have to correct myself. Everything except what's behind Kiljow's mask.
Yeah.
Trust me.
Kiljow been wearing a mask this whole time?
Yeah,
Pretty much,
Kiljow's a Gajalaka.
Here's a mask.
Oh, okay.
If you zoom in on the token, you can see they got a little, like, tribal mask.
Yes, except that
Oh, that's what I was
Kiljow's
seeing. Okay.
yeah, Kiljow's mask has yellow accents on it.
I do need to ask, when Kiljow eats, does he just stuff the food through the mouth hole, or does
Yes.
he have to shift it up?
No,
No,
he
just
just
stuff it through the mouth hole.
stuffs it through the mouth hole. Yeah.
Is there a slurping sound?
There's the sound of lots of teeth.
No, no.
Akambherylliax will turn to Nysdrith.
Nom, nom, nom.
Well, it is of course nice to meet you, and again, we can provide most anything you could desire. There's a free sample here, and he gestures towards you.
What, like hold out his hand or something?
No, he just sort of like makes a gesture towards you.
Okay. I just kind of look around to see what he's gesturing at.
He gives it a minute while you look around. Look in your bag.
Oh wow. Pull out a potion bottle. Potion of water breathing. Wow.
I
this
thought
would-
these might be helpful in your upcoming mission.
That would certainly be a lot of very helpful. Thank you very much. I was kind of getting a little worried about that myself. Thanks.
Yes. You are quite welcome. In any case, well, it has been fun catching up with you. I do have pressing matters.
Oh shit! There's 5 of them in here. Wow, that's generous of you.
One for each of you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Akambherylliax.
I immediately start
course.
passing out the potions of water breathing to everybody.
Kiljow is going to hop up and give Akambherylliax a hug.
He will give you a firm hug back. You hear something pop.
Why is that creepier than anything else he could have done?
Always happy to help some of my favorite customers.
I'm sorry, but now I'm imagining a small cat with a wooden mask just hugging the devil. And it's hilarious and cute at the same time.
I mean, that's
I'm almost sad Crusch is drunk and passed out now.
My Polaroid and take a picture of the moment.
Can you link potion of water breathing, Dan?
Fuck.
No.
Hold on, let me just
I don't have a link to it.
Where is it? You have to deal with tape. Try and find the edge.
I can tell you that it is 0.5 pounds.
That's good to know.
Most potions are.
Thank
There we
you,
go.
Taylor.
flavor text.
Yeah. that's what I was looking
Flavor
for.
text.
Neat.
And Akambherylliax waves to the rest of you, turns, and slips into himself.
So just
Yep.
Wait, what do you mean by slips into himself?
Yes.
There is a point on his person that everything else gets sucked into. There's a popping noise and he's somewhere else.
He's a wizard.
think
Oh,
of it
he's...
think of it like a miniature black hole just sucking his entire body into one point. And then
That is
puffing out
surprisingly
existence.
salient. Yeah, that is exactly what it was, actually.
I hit it on the fucking mark, motherfuck!
Yes. If you noticed while talking to him, Nysdrith, his eyes have little, like, nebulas inside them.
That's cool.
Let's go ahead and hire him.
Can you afford to?
I mean, you can all afford to. Might not be able to afford to with money at the moment, but you
Yeah.
can afford to. He accepts other forms of payment.
Hope Crusch is getting a job at a
uh,
tavern.
To be
Yeah.
perfectly more honest, I was going to buy something from him. Oh well. Not likely the last time we'll be here.
That's fair.
Well, do we want to get ready to go get a ship?
Sounds like a plan to me.
I'm certainly ready. Finished all my food. We should probably wake Crusch up, though.
I'll just carry her out.
I start walking over and throw her over my shoulder fireman style and start leaving.
And Crush
Ooh,
drunkenly
would
just
that
like start
be-
trying to fight.
And would that be a contested strength check?
You are still unconscious.
Yeah, all you can do is just kick me in your sleep.
One sec, how much does Crush weigh with full plate armor?
Lot.
Well, let's see.
I currently
Crusch.
have 120 pounds worth of equipment.
And you weigh 200, so 320 pounds? He's got 20 strength. It'll be fine.
Oh, okay, that works.
Okay, we're leaving? Alright then.
Yep.
Go and take
I
my
start
Gorgle
throwing
Blaster
over
and
my
down it.
shoulder.
All right, roll me a Constitution saving throw at disadvantage.
Who,
Can you
me?
roll me a Constitution saving throw?
Sig, with disadvantage.
Can you do it for me?
Remember,
Ah.
yeah.
Right.
I'm not here. I'm
Right.
a
You're here,
disembodied
but you're
voice.
not.
Well, here goes nothing. A
If you
15
recall-
and a 25. You are drunk as heck, but you're still conscious.
Woo!
You all pop back into being in the camp.
Woot. Now, where are these stores at?
These stores are over in the marketplace. If you want to make a quick stop for something that you know you have the money for on the way out, that's
Leo will
perfectly
go
fine.
ahead and Leo will go ahead and volunteer to be his guide.
I
Hey,
wanted to
hey,
look for
what are you over there?
oxygen
What-
spheres.
Which sheet is that on? The regular merchants, irregular merchants?
For what?
I didn't see it on the irregular, but I might
Wait,
be looking for the wrong thing too.
What are you looking for?
The oxygen spheres.
The air
Uh,
filter?
No,
They're in the-
they're oxygen supplies. They had been in the provision stockpile, but I don't see them there anymore.
I think that is the air filter. That's what they. Let me open it up to make sure, but I'm pretty sure that's what they were actually called.
Let me open up the.
Isn't there any self-contained underwater breathing apparatuses?
Not non-magical ones, and I don't think anyone has any regularly.
Okay.
I kind of want to know what those oxygen spheres were going for, or supplies were going for.
No,
I don't-
air filter
filter.
is something different.
Okay, so it's breathing normally in any environment for an hour. That's 75 gold. What is it that written as in your inventory?
Oxygen supply. It's on page 65 of the Monster Hunter handbook.
Place. Okay,
Under
right.
Monster Hunter items, it's not a magical item like the air filter is. It's a 15 gold piece, 1 pound oxygen supply.
Is that in the regular merchants?
I didn't see it. It had been at the provision stockpile, I think, but I think it's something that I had asked you specifically if I could buy from them.
Okay, yeah, no, you can buy that at price from the provision stockpile if it's in the book.
Yeah, it's 10 minutes of breathable air.
Oh, 10 minutes versus the 1 hour that we have. Okay.
Well, water breathing potion gives you water breathing, which lasts for 24 hours.
Oh, okay. I thought it was just an hour.
I think the water breathing potion is just an hour.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, it is
what
just
you
1
do
hour.
is 1 hour.
Okay, yeah, no, I'm getting myself confused.
Hey,
But
hey,
yes,
way
you
out
can.
there. Way over there. Go get me the endless water filter. decanter of endless water. That thing. It'd be very useful. Trust me.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you were saying.
The water for the decanter. Water. Decanter of water.
Canter of water.
Yeah.
Is that
Water.
regular or irregular?
It's over there. Irregular. They should have like 2 of them. Give me
Oh,
one.
decanter of endless water. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I said. Those are the exact words I said. Yeah.
Okay.
There is
Yeah.
one available, Sig, if you want to use your money to buy it. Do you have the money to buy it? Let me check.
I should have enough. I believe it's like 300 gold.
353.
Yeah.
Yep, you have the gold for it.
I don't really buy things.
To make them.
107 and a decanter of endless water.
60.
Yeah.
Whoa. What is a barricade shield? I'm going to head over to the shop and see that and go,
Wait a minute. What is that?
Trust me. The water will be very useful.
Just so you know, Kiljow bought 5 more oxygen supplies.
Okay, and let me look at my homebrew items, because that's where the barricade shield is. Okay, the barricade shield can be used as a shield with it. So you can swap out the shield that's with your weapon for a different shield.
okay.
The barricade shield, while holding this heavy iron shield, you can use an action to plant it in the ground and expand its height and width to stretch up to 15 feet across in either direction, potentially becoming a flat defensive wall or similar platform. The edges of the shield magically conform to fit the shape of an enclosed space, such as the walls of a tunnel or hallway. While holding the expanded shield in place, your speed becomes 0, and you have disadvantage on dexterity checks and dexterity saving throws. Regardless of its size, its weight remains the same. It's considered a non-magical structure that has AC 14 and 40 hit points. It can remain expanded for up to 1 minute before it reverts back to normal size. The expanded shield reverts early, but is not destroyed if it reaches 0 hit points or moves. If you're holding the expanded shield, you can choose to end it early as a bonus action. Once this property of the shield has been used, it can't be used again until the following day.
So in this campaign, it can basically block 1 hit.
I mean,
Sounds awesome. Unfortunately, I don't have anywhere near enough gold for it.
oh, it might still be there when you get back.
I am really hoping so. Can I put it on layaway?
I mean, you could just ask them to hold it for you.
Wait, if they don't do layaway, I'll just ask them to hold one for me.
Yes, and so yes, the researchers at the researchers' tent, at the researchers' camp, agree to hold a barricade shield for you.
Wait, it's not like a one-time use thing, right?
No, it's a shield that you can do this once per day with it.
That sounds awesome.
You'll also note, as you're showing him around the camp and looking at all the different shops and stuff on your way, like before you go. Kiljow, you notice someone missing from the researchers' camp. And then you remember, oh yes, they said Resi was out on a research expedition.
Yep. Yeah, they said Resi was out on a job.
Yep.
I'm assuming
Alrighty.
we're gonna find Resi in the underwater ruins.
That's
You
what I was
probably-
about to say.
Assuming that no other preparations need to be made.
How many weird looks did everyone get for just having Crusch slung over his shoulder?
Yeah, I'm totally doing that throughout the entire camp. Well, I'm looking at that shield also.
Probably none.
Hunters like to drink.
Yeah, just another drunk hunter.
All right, so heading out of town to Port Valiant, you're able to pick up a sloop that the guild is paying for you to use. And a sloop is a small vessel, only needs a bare minimum crew, and can go quite quick, especially considering you only have 6 people on the boat. So you're able to get to the Umbral Sea ruins in about 3 to 4 days.
Okay, it's not bad.
And when you get there, let's see. Let's find you a good spot here on the map before.
Did Crusch wake up, or is she still in an alcohol-induced coma?
You'd wake up like the next morning.
I don't know. Do you keep drinking?
Still being carried by Nysdrith.
Well, on the first day she wakes up, she's gonna first ask, "Where the hell is she?"
You're on a
boat.
you're on a boat.
You're on a boat.
I'm on a
Demon
boat.
player, you're on my shoulder, and I'm on the boat.
I lay her
How
down.
long until we're here? How long
We're
until
going to the new world.
How long
Be
are
awesome.
we? How long until that we get there?
Like 3 or 4 days, probably.
I'm so
I should
tempted to
gonna-
just have.
There's Kiljow. She's just gonna start chugging from her flask again.
Yeah.
Okay, you pass out drunk for another day or so.
Yeah. Yeah. No, saw that coming.
Yup.
Yeah.
All right.
Surprise. Didn't
Let me move
You
you
only
guys
have to
over
drink
to the
while
map.
on the mission, so
I was gonna say, is it when we get to the Umbral Sea ruins? Is it like the entrance to the ruins are above ground? Are they like the ruins underwater, and we're at like some kind of makeshift camp?
Well,
He's gonna show us.
real quick, transfer you to the map where most of it is darkened, but this will be
No.
where you start.
Sounds about right.
So, you just fix that setting. Okay.
Oh shit! I should have thought of that. Ah, too late.
Okay. Yeah, that's a. Are we on the water?
Yeah.
Oh,
So, as you approach, you see the Umbral Sea ruins, or you see the top of the Umbral Sea ruins. From what you can tell, a portion of the ruins, about 15 feet or so, sticks out of the water, with the rest of it being underwater for some depth that you don't know. The ruin itself looks kind of crumbled, a couple broken spots. You can tell there's a couple of one of the towers is missing entirely, and 2 of them have had their roofs collapse. But for something that's supposed to be from the ancients' time, it's in pretty good condition. Let me just all right. So we reveal the outside of it to you. No, reveal, not
that's-
hide.
That's the opposite of what you wanted to do.
Every time. Every time.
I'm familiar with that pain.
twist. It's an ocean monument.
Oh boy.
So, I'm assuming you guys take some time to just, sail around it, scout it out, that kind of thing.
Sure.
At least
yeah.
that's what I would want to do.
Yeah.
Trying to kind of make mental notes of it and whatnot. Oh, and I refresh my runes and everything, by the way. Just clarifying that.
All right. So, without anything other than a cursory sailing around the area, you're able to make out the general shape of the ruins. You're able to tell that there's most of the wall in the southwestern tower is just gone, so that could be a possible point of entry.
Down here.
Yes, down in
Southwest?
the
Okay.
yeah. It also appears the northeast tower has a hole in it. It's not as extensive, and it's kind of filled with rubble, but you could maybe squeeze through. The front door at the north, or what you can gather is the front door, is also broken in. Other than that, you can see two of the towers jutting up, only to abruptly be cut off as the roof has collapsed. Might serve as possible points of entry. And of course, looking down, the water looks deep.
Okay, as we're sailing around, any sign of the sloop that the other team used to come here?
Actually, yes, that is a good thing to ask. You notice the sloop the other team used to come here is tied off to a stone near the front door.
Okay, so top center.
Yeah,
Okay.
and it is currently empty.
Did it look like they're, because we're on a sloop as well, right?
hmm
Does the ship that we're on have any kind of like smaller landing boat?
No, sloops are generally meant for short voyages for like 6 to 15 people. They're not very large at all.
So like
For
no
a ship.
kind of like lifeboat of any kind on the ship?
Nope.
Okay. When we're passing their ship, does it look like the only thing they could have done would be to dive into the water, or is there some kind of like ground that they could have put up on?
I mean, if they jump straight off the boat, but you would know that with a, or at least most of you would know, and you'd be able to figure out with a sloop or smaller ships, you can often just tie a line and then either swim to your destination or use the line to pull the boat close enough and then let it drift back.
Yeah, no. What I'm asking is, does it look like from where their ship is tied off? Is there any
There's
like
no
solid
real-
no
Well,
solid
the
ground?
door was broken in.
Yeah, there's no real solid ground. There's a couple of stones that are jutting out of the water, but most of the area is just deep water.
Well, he said the door was broken in, so that was a possible entrance for us. So, assuming they could have used that as an entrance as well.
Heads up, I apologize if this gets picked up on my mic, but it appears a thunderstorm is going to be starting where I live.
Okay.
Nice.
So,
Okay.
No
just
worries.
heads up to you guys.
Extra ambience for you.
Yep.
You also have, if you want the option, you can see that the walls extend down under the water.
So, does anyone have a locate person?
I do. Well, one sec. I
Yeah,
have
you could-
locate creature, but it's a 4th tier spell, and it's the only one I have.
So you should
Yeah.
you should probably have that prepped. So I'm assuming they told us
sorry.
Rezi is out here.
What? There it is.
Don't worry, it's been prepped ever since you decided to wander into said cave on our last mission.
They didn't tell you Rezi
Same
was
with
here.
Death
They
Ward.
told you Rezi was out on an exploration mission.
Okay. V, do you know who any of the people who were on this expedition were?
I don't think we really looked into it before we left. I know they had a ship crew and a couple of researchers, or more researchers than crew. I thought though.
Huh.
How specific do you have to be with locate creature?
Here, I'm just gonna post it in chat.
Oh, describe or name a creature
That is familiar to you.
that's familiar to you. I mean, all ship captains are basically just the same, right?
Yeah, they're all the same person. Exactly the same, no difference. Also, if there was a crew for that ship over there, why wouldn't the crew still be on the ship?
Oh, that's a fun
So-
caveat.
Or at least like one person left on it.
Ah.
Note the
What-
last
what?
sentence of locate creature. The last sentence of locate creature.
This spell can't locate a creature if
Oh,
running
boy.
or at least 10 feet wide blocks a direct path between you and the creature.
Oh, that's
Yes! Motherfuckers!
that sucks.
I will be generous in interpreting running water, but yeah, you get the feeling that there may be running water in a giant flooded ruin.
Well, fuck.
Well, that was a waste.
I don't think
Didn't actually cast it, he
didn't
just linked the
cast it, he
description.
just linked the description for us. Well, where do we want to go in? We could go in through the front door where their boat is.
Oh, before we continue with anything, I would like to take this time to point out to everyone the rules for underwater combat, which are fairly simple.
What did I miss? My internet dumped.
Oh, I'm telling everyone what the rules are for underwater combat, and also locate person can't locate people that are blocked off by running water.
Yeah, I did see that.
So,
Yeah.
underwater, when you're making a melee weapon attack, a creature that doesn't have a swimming speed has disadvantage on the attack roll unless the weapon is a dagger, javelin, short sword, spear, or trident. Basically anything you can stab forward with.
So my lance is good?
You have a swimming speed, my friend.
I do.
So, you don't
yeah, I
suffer
forgot.
any of these disadvantages.
I forgot, I'm a lizard folk and I'm practically semi-aquatic and can hold my breath for 15 minutes if I need to.
Would my dual blades fall into that category of no disadvantage?
I'm assuming they're based on either a dagger or a short sword, so yes. Anything that is based
Okay.
on proficiency with dagger, javelin, short sword, spear, or trident.
Okay.
So
cool.
lances, dual blades. Ranged weapon attacks automatically miss a target beyond the weapon's normal range. So the first range factor that it has, it usually have like 80/320, now has an effective range of 80.
Yeah.
Even against a target within normal range, the attack roll has disadvantage unless the weapon is a crossbow or bowgun, a net, or a weapon that is thrown like a javelin. Creatures and objects that are fully immersed in water have resistance to fire damage, and creatures wearing heavy armor will sink at a rate of 10 feet per round.
So does that mean I still sink?
Yes, but you have a swim speed, so... Oh, the other thing, the one that's not
Wait,
directly called out in underwater combat.
That's what, 3 out of the 5 members of our party all wear heavy armor?
Worst comes to worst, I just use water walk and we'll be up on the surface in no time.
Or
If
trapped
you do not
against
have
the
your
roof?
swimming speed, moving underwater counts as difficult terrain.
Yeah.
So, you'll be weighed down by your armor, but you'll also be able to move at your normal speed. The other heavy armor wearers will probably have a slightly harder time of maintaining altitude.
Oh, okay. I'm glad I chose lizard folk now.
Yeah, I was looking through the rules on this, and I'm like, oh yeah, Crusch has a swimming speed.
You don't have to spend your action to swim, because otherwise you wouldn't be able to make it back to the surface.
Well, no. When you're underwater, you're submerged, you can use your action to move, but moving in any direction underwater, unless you have a swim speed, counts as difficult terrain. So you have half your movement speed, essentially.
I would point out the combination of, if you're wearing heavy armor, you sink at 20 feet per round.
10
and you
feet
have
per
half
round.
movement speed. Most people have a movement speed of 30, so they could only swim up 15 feet to try to get back to the surface.
Yeah, I said heavy armor makes you sink at 10 feet per round.
Oh, never mind
Yeah.
then.
So you can get to the surface, but it will be slower.
You would be moving upwards at 5 feet every 6 seconds.
Which, granted that you're wearing heavy plate mail, I think is...
Yeah, otherwise you can move up 15 feet towards the surface every 6 seconds, but if you're wearing heavy armor, it's 5 feet every 6 seconds.
Or 20 if you dash.
Oh, I should mention this. I don't have water walk prepared at the moment, so
Okay,
try not to start drowning.
you should probably prep that.
Yeah, I will say you can switch your spell prep around now on the journey out here.
Okay, locate creatures getting unprepared since that's useless, and water walk is now prepared.
Wait,
I want to make sure that, I have Ultra Self prepared.
That's probably a good plan.
let's
Water feature.
I will also note, normally you would start with Leo making a meal, but you don't really have the space to make a meal in the ship. Like, not anything extensive. You have rations and you can eat, but you don't have, like, cooking apparatus. You probably, like, could use what you have for cooking apparatus for making a meal, but you would need to find a safe place on solid ground.
I forgot about that. How much are rations? I would have bought rations before we left. I forgot I fed them all to the wolves.
Pretty sure rations are like
5 silver pieces.
Yeah, I was going to say 2 to 5 silver per thing, depending on on which system it is.
I don't need an extra layer for that.
Can we see land from this temple?
I mean, you are fairly close to the coast. You can see a bit of land on the horizon.
Okay.
If you wanted to base camp there,
a half day to a day's sail to get to there.
I'd say about 3 to 4 hours on a sloop.
Okay, that's not too bad.
Yeah, if you wanted to camp there and then move out here from there, that's an option.
I say we go for that. That way I can at the very least prepare a meal that will allow us to breathe underwater for an entire day.
Okay.
Because cooking is magic.
And would we have had to eat 4 days worth of our own rations on the way out here?
Yeah.
Okay, so I have 6 out of the 10 I bought left.
Crusch starved to death since she didn't have money for rations.
Yeah, if you don't have money for rations and don't have rations, then it's not a big deal. But if you have rations, use them. The guild provides enough that you can survive, but it's not like quality of any kind.
Does Crusch have exhaustion?
No, because she's been sleeping the entire time. I'm sorry.
No, because she's been sleeping the entire time.
Your shoulders comfy.
You're welcome.
Wait,
All right.
does he even know my gender? Because Crush's voice is fucking deep.
I don't think I care.
All right.
Crush is just gonna start cursing if she knows enough of it in ancient.
You have not learned any curse words in ancient.
Dang it! So she's just gonna put on her mask and just mumble.
So we're going to shore.
Nysdrith, make me intelligence check.
Oh, God damn it.
Me?
Yes.
Where the hell is intelligence? Oh, just right there. Right, silly me. Oh,
Okay.
hey.
You
Hey, how do I turn
hear...
that off?
Don't. I
Okay.
prefer it that way, honestly.
Okay.
That way, if I say advantage or disadvantage, you don't have to fiddle around with toggles.
Okay.
Hey, right. Might be weird, but did Kiljow give Sig that one attachment for a weapon? You mentioned the fact you wanted someone to have it.
Also, just so you know, the music isn't playing, but
It is playing.
Music,
I hear it.
yeah.
It is.
I don't.
I'm going to turn it down a bit.
Let me try refreshing the page then, really quick.
Okay,
Sorry, go ahead, Taylor.
Nysdrith, you hear Crusch mumbling and realize that the mask that she's put on, sort of like a bandit mask looking thing, is making her words come out as curse words, but you could also understand what she was originally saying. So,
Do I kind of understand what the language is that the mask is turning it into?
oh, the mask is turning it into the same language. It's just incredibly insulting and vulgar.
Oh, okay. Got it. So I'm kind of hearing two voices right now.
Yes.
God, that's annoying.
Just
All right.
gotta laugh.
Yes.
I reached over
Sig-
and ripped the mask off her face.
Yes, Sig, I would have given you the Royal
Can
Aqua.
I treat that as an attack and use one of my runes
Quiet.
to cast a Hellish Rebuke?
Shut up.
Sorry.
Yes, Sig, I would have given you the Royal Aqua Sac for putting into your weapon so you can cast Water Breathing once per long rest. I can link that for you in just a second.
All right. I'm not going to treat that as an attack. Nysdrith and Nysdrith make me an athletics check, and Crusch make me an athletics or acrobatics check.
Oh god, that's a really bad roll on my part.
Yeah, you managed to grab the mask and rip it off her face.
You get this back when we get back to camp.
I stuff it in my back pocket.
Crush is gonna flip him off and walk away.
You are on a boat.
She's gonna go over to Kiljow and offer him 11 silver, which is all she has left to steal her mask back.
I mean, Kiljow will take the 11 silver.
Will he actually steal the mask?
Is Nysdrith's back to me?
We're on a sleuth. I would say probably not. He's probably leaning against the ship railing. Like, back towards the sea.
Okay.
So, probably not at the moment.
Okay. Good to know.
Though, he's also not really... He's obviously not actually giving a shit about the mask. You can tell just by, like, the way he walks around and whatnot that, like, he's already forgotten he has it, pretty much.
Okay.
All right.
I'll walk over to Nysdrith. Just so you know, I also gave and I'll kind of like lean up against the ship railing next to him. I gave Sig a monster component to put in his weapon. So at least every time we take like a full night's rest, he'll be able to cast water breathing on us.
Wait, is that what I heard about you guys needing to go to shore and cook stuff?
Well, yeah, if we go to shore, Leo will be able to cook us a meal that lets us breathe underwater. But in case we get, like, stuck down there, and, like, there's, like, maybe, like, a pocket of air somewhere in the ruins, and we have to sleep down there, Sig will be able to cast water breathing on us the next day.
Awesome. So we get basically a good 2 days down there. Not to mention if we have any emergencies, we still have those, potions of water breathing.
And while I'm talking to Nysdrith, I'm going to try to steal the mask and slip it into my bag of holding.
An advantage,
Alright.
because like I said, I'm not even paying attention.
Give me sleight of hand. Nysdrith, roll perception.
Oh, okay. Oh shit. Oh my gosh.
Natural 19!
Oh.
Yeah. Kiljow, you get the mask back. Nysdrith, you almost notice something, but then you're like, no, yeah, it would be really useful to be able to stay down there for a longer period of time. I wonder if we can find an air pocket.
I mean, I bet if the research crew has been out here for a really long time, and they're not on their boat, there has to be somewhere down there that they can breathe.
Why, not exactly. Most likely this whole thing is not completely flooded.
I mean, it would make sense if there was like a place in like one of the towers, maybe, or if there was some kind of area down there that maybe was with the passages or something at a higher elevation, it might not have totally flooded through.
I mean, I've seen before where even places that are under the surface of the water can still have air pockets big enough for people to survive for days. It's a little rare for that to last weeks, but it has happened.
Yeah, I mean, this place
Hello.
looks really big, so...
I remember one time we were trying to invade this castle, and the only way to it was from under the sea itself. The castle was built right alongside the sea. There was these underwater caves and whatnot, and we were able to get like whole platoons of men underneath the castle, and well, basically crawl up through their sewage system.
What's a
It wasn't
castle?
pretty. You see this thing here?
And I point towards the wreckage or
Yeah.
the temple.
Picture that, only 10 times larger.
That's really big.
Yep. Very impressive. Very hard to get into, though. Like, you see all the holes in the walls and whatnot in this place? Those don't exist in the well, they do in all the castles that I visit ever, but that's after I visited them, not before. This is a little bit new to me, actually.
All right, you guys are able to get to the nearby land, set up a base camp where Reed will stay, and make sure that none of the camp stuff gets messed up or stolen or whatever. And you do have the ability to make a meal, so Jacob, Leo, if you could describe to me how and what you're making.
Give me a moment. Gotta get the book pulled back up again.
Yeah. For somebody who didn't give
Here
a
we
shit
go.
about the mask, I was really paying attention to that mask, apparently.
Uh-huh. So what I'm making...
Speaking of which, Crusch will hand Kiljow the money, the mask.
Oh, Kiljow already took your money. He hasn't given you the mask yet, though.
And this is why we value half now, half on delivery.
Whatever.
Now then. The recipe is called curved shrimp. The boon is that allows breathing underwater for the whole 24-hour type thing or next meal type of situation. This is actually a higher ranked meal. It's a rank 2 DC 13 meal. Okay, so of course, step 1, I have to choose the multiple steps. This is gonna be fairly easy. I've already decided on what to cook. Common sense stuff. We're going to relegate that to... We're going to relegate that to wisdom. Because, common sense. We need to breathe underwater. This recipe's going to do the trick.
All right.
Leo did her homework. Next up would be preparing it's going to be cooking the meal. This is going to be intelligence with the cook's best friend. Okay. In which case, she's going to nicely saute it and prepare it with rice. Okay, so it's kind of like a gumbo. Or not a gumbo. Shrimp curry.
All right.
Because it's probably going to be pretty cold, chilly down there. A little something warm in the stomach will help keep things rolling. And then finally, plating the meal. Intelligence. And with that, I'm also going to throw in one of my 8 prime herbs, which is going to add a +4 to my cooking check.
Right. So go ahead and give me the wisdom, dexterity, you said, and intelligence? Or
Yep.
the wisdom, intelligence, and dexterity with the cook's food. Yeah.
Can I offer to help at all?
Not for these checks.
Okay.
Like, thematically you can, but it doesn't actually provide the help action for the cooking check.
Alright, I just figured it out.
Yeah, I wish it would. Alright, here we go.
Oh boy.
So far, so good. Uh-oh.
That's actually a 12 because of the extra prime ingredients.
Yeah. And finally... Okay, we made it.
Just barely.
16 plus 13 plus 12, 25, 31, 41 divided by 3
13.6.
just over 13.
We met DC. We're good.
Yes, those prime herbs helped you just enough.
I was afraid one of my rolls was going to be bad. I am glad I thought of it.
Okay, so you have a nice brunch, sort of.
While Leo is cooking, Kiljow is going to try to sneak up behind Crusch without Crusch noticing.
Alright, roll stealth, Crusch roll perception.
It wouldn't just be against Crush's passive perception.
I mean, you could, yeah. Yeah. If she's not actively looking out for stuff, you're at camp, yeah, that makes sense.
And I'm gonna try to slip the mask into Crush's bag without her noticing, so she has no idea she actually has the mask back.
Alright. Give me a sleight of hand as well.
Okay.
Yeah, no, you're able to get it in there without her noticing.
Okay, cool. I did what I was asked, but you have no idea.
Alright. Everyone enjoys your nice shrimp curry brunch. And
Wait,
you are now...
Do we get closer to the temple? Or do we have to eat it right now?
Mechanically, I think you're supposed to eat it when they cook it, but...
It won't matter if you eat it now or at the temple because the water breathing is applied until the next cooked meal or 24 hours, whichever comes first.
Yeah, so... Essentially, it usually applies for 24 hours unless you cook a meal after a long rest.
Okay. So it's already starting to count down whether or not we eat it. Got it. Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, you guys have a nice brunch, and now you can magically breathe underwater because cooking is the real magic in the world.
Yes. It's a form of magic that we can't quite understand.
You're an excellent cook, Leo.
Sig, did you attach that item?
Yeah. It looks weird.
How long would it
That's
take
nice.
to walk from where our base camp is to the ruins?
Along the bottom of the ocean?
Just how long would it take to walk it?
On top of the water or on the bottom of the ocean? Assuming
On top.
absolutely nothing got in your way. You're a lot slower than a sloop, so probably the better part of like a day and a half.
Okay.
Yeah.
I say we don't do that.
Yeah, you guys are able to man the sloop without Reed. He's staying behind at the base camp.
Aw,
Boop.
okay.
I hope it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Yeah.
And after a few hours, you get back out to the ruins. It's probably about noonish.
This is what's called a plot hook.
I'm having him stay there because A, he's your handler. He's supposed to handle the campsite. B, he has the ability to manage the campsite and remain unseen for the most part. And C, I don't want him dying in combat.
Oh, okay.
True.
Yeah.
Completely reasonable. Yes.
He's not like meant to support you guys in combat. You can hire people to do that, but he is not a combat character.
We've never even looked into that.
We can hire people to do combat for us?
With you.
Mercenaries.
I mean, really, with you is just another way of saying for us.
Okay,
There are other ones to provide other functions, and I'm still brewing some up. Like Apollo is more of a support character.
I'm
What's the cost
curious.
to hire a guy?
I mean, to be
Would
fair,
Cr-
we've met Profanus.
Profanus. Yes. Hiring him for I'll get into the whole hiring process when you guys are next back at town.
Curious. Would Crusch know of Azim's character's army and everything that he was due to her worshipping the word god and her connections with the church?
I think you probably would have heard of some of the activities going on in the war, yes.
Okay, I'm just curious.
So you would be passive, like you didn't participate in it, but you're passively familiar with it.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. So, how do you guys want to handle this? There are multiple entrances that you can see.
Let's sail in the front door.
Perhaps we should try and at least figure out where they entered and start from there.
They went in the front door. We saw their boat.
We saw their boat right at the front door, so that kind of makes sense, yes. Although I'm not a huge fan of just walking in the front door and saying, "Hey, honey, I'm home," but, you know.
I mean, we've never been here before. This isn't our
I
home.
mean, it would be better than saying, "Dinner time, come get it."
I think that might be what we're doing. But, what the hell?
It's fine. If we see
You guys
anything
are the
too
hunters,
big,
not
I can just banish it.
All right. Am I hearing any dissent on the front door?
Nope, we're taking the most reckless approach we possibly can.
None that anyone will listen to me about.
I was where their sloop was, and the best way for us to find the team is to retrace their steps.
All right. Boop.
Is all of that-
Immediately taking a look around to see if I can find any evidence of where they went, or if they came in this way even, or stuff like that.
Is all of the stuff we're
Russia's gonna
seeing
be-
underwater?
No. Currently,
Crusch is gonna-
the area you're in is not underwater.
Okay.
Crusch is going to be definitely looking for pressure plates or any sort of that style.
All right. Give me a second. As you go through the ruined doorway, you see a room full of what looks like ruined and broken furniture, fancy rugs, tiling on the floor that looks like it's been overgrown by moss and lichen. A desk of some sort that's been cracked in half and looks absolutely ancient. It appears that this was indeed meant to be an entranceway of some type. Looking around, you realize that the roof about 15 feet over you is nice and roomy, but there's also patches where it's starting to like crumble a bit that are worrisome. For those of you that said you want to do a specific thing, go ahead and give me an investigation check each.
Kiljow is going to check out the desk.
All right.
Oh, jeez.
Well, I see nothing.
I see a broken desk.
By the roof.
Nysdrith does not see any signs of passage specifically. Crusch, you give a once over to the room. You don't see any pressure plates or anything of the like. Kiljow, what are you looking for in the desk? Or are you just searching through it?
Like drawers, seeing if there's anything intact in the desk. Maybe papers to indicate, like, what the fuck this place actually was.
You do find some papers in one of the drawers, but as soon as you touch them, they, like, crumble to dust. It's fairly obvious that they're not new.
Okay.
You did recognize before the papers crumbled, a couple of the characters looked similar to the ancient language that you've seen before. So this is Probably pretty old, you're guessing. Leo, what are you looking for?
Any signs of where the team has gone? Okay, we're trying to find the research team. So pretty much I'm trying to look for any clues of where they've gone, open doors, scuff marks.
I was gonna say, it looks like there are 2 doors in the room.
Yeah, actually. You
Yeah.
don't find any open doors, but you do notice something odd. The door to the east has a glowing sigil on it. That looks like it was not part of the original structure from what you can tell. The double doors to the south have a similar sigil, but it is no longer glowing.
I'm just staring up.
Okay.
What did I miss? My
Si-
internet died again.
Sig, do you
Door sigils.
Sig, do you recognize those sigils at all?
Eh. Look like sigils.
You want to see if you have any inkling of what they are?
Wait, what's
That'd
it?
be nice.
What are you guys talking about?
The door sigils.
What door sigils?
The one that's glowing
Oh,
Arcana.
on the
Okay.
door.
Hey,
Stig, you take a look at this, and you haven't seen like this specifically, but you can sort of tell with your general training with the arcane that this is some sort of magical sigil that is triggered by the door being opened, and it has some sort of conjuration magic associated with it.
I have some expertise with runes. Mind if I give it a quick look too?
some kind of conjuration sigil.
Sig, would Sig know if it glows when the door is opened or before the door is opened?
Oh, that's pretty basic. You know what? Nysdrith, also roll me an Arcana check. Yeah, Nysdrith, you get the same feeling. These are different than the runes you work with, but they are based on some sort of conjuration. The one that is still glowing still has power. The one that is not glowing was set off by something and no longer has power.
Taking a look around the double doors, does it look like there's any type of sign of struggle or anything like that? Like scuff marks on the floor, anything like that?
Not from what you can tell.
Have you relayed this information to the rest of us?
Oh, sorry. Yeah. So, yeah, I after checking out this door over here, to kind of take a look around, see if I see anything on the floor. Turn around to the other groups.
Some sort of conjuration sigil on that door. I'm pretty sure if we try to open it, it will, well, activate and probably be something for us to fight, is my best guess. Though I don't know that for certain.
More than likely.
Then yeah, I think Kiljow is gonna head over to the double door.
All right.
The one with the sigil or the other?
They both have a sigil. One has a glowing sigil. One has a faded sigil.
If I'm understanding it correctly, the one on the east is glowing, the double door one is not.
Correct.
So the double door on the south, should technically be safe. If it's glowing, that means that there's a good chance that it still has power, in which case, it can still be activated. If it's not glowing, it usually means it's already expended its uses.
So yeah, Kiljow is going to take a look around the double doors as well, looking for any kind of sign of struggle, or if maybe some like members of the crew from the ship that's tied out had been like dragged through the door.
Go ahead and give me an investigation check.
Well, not my greatest, but okay.
Yeah, I keep on hoping for survival. 11 again. You like that 11?
Yeah.
Survival is more tracking someone in the wilderness. Investigation is more finding out what happened to somebody based on kind of it's sort of a gray area. It's weird. Nonetheless, you don't see any signs of struggle. There are no scuff marks on the floor or
Yeah.
signs of any sort of damage that looks recent.
Okay. Yeah, you'll learn really quickly, Dan. I make really, really good rolls for really dumb shit, and when it matters, I roll, like, middle of the road.
Well, at least your rolls are better than mine. I mean, double
Just-
snake eye. Seriously, come on.
Just be glad he hasn't run across
I'll let
it
people-
yet when I'm trying to find a path for us.
You mean failing to find a path for us?
But we still get where we're going.
Kind
Eventually.
of.
If
Yeah,
a fallen
so-
been there before, pathway that's been cleared probably is the way we should go to find them.
My guess is that yes, they probably activated this door over here.
Does it look like there's a way to deactivate the glowing sigil?
Give me an Arcana check.
You got
Ooh,
this.
can I do that too?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that was shit.
Yeah.
Crush will do it too, cause why not?
I just realized I've got a +8 in Arcana.
What are you doing?
Yeah, the spellcaster has a good Arcana. Go imagine. Imagine
Yeah.
that.
I'm really good with nature.
I can
Uh,
be sneaky and nothing else.
Right. So yeah, Sig with his previous Arcana roll, Nysdrith with your previous Arcana roll, and Leo with your current Arcana roll. You don't find anything new out, but you're pretty sure the only way to trigger, like, to deactivate the sigil is to trigger it and let it expend its power.
I mean, do you guys
Unless
think
you have
I'd...
some form of dispelling.
You
Oh
got-
yeah, hey! I have Dispel Magic.
I would say we
Yeah,
should
that's
we
not
should
helpful.
probably save that for later on when we're coming back into the ruins.
Okay.
I mean, do you,
Probably a good
it-
idea there.
unless you think
Oh,
maybe
I actually have it prepared for once.
unless you think maybe we'd be able to get through it without dispelling if I like used my thieves tools to try to like break apart like whatever pigment is keeping the sigil in place.
I don't think that'll quite work. I mean,
Right.
I'm fairly familiar with runes, and, well, you know, sigils are a little bit different, but still. I
Like
don't
if-
think that would quite work that way.
You
Yeah,
think we could
typically the
try
arcane
just-
power is not something you can just wipe off.
So there's no way
A
we
little
could like
bit
just
of-
shatter it.
I was
But
gonna
we
say,
can
do
build an little grease to get it off. Just
do you
gotta
think
work
I'd be
on it.
able to use like my thieves tools maybe to like chip a piece of the what is it a stone door?
Yes.
Do you think I'd be able to like pry off a piece of stone where the sigil is and deactivate it that way?
Oh, that would most likely actually activate it.
So no
Magic's
hitting it
weird.
with a crowbar or anything.
I mean, hey, it's your funeral. I'm just saying that, typically speaking, if you don't use the correct procedures, at least on runes, to deactivate them, then they just blow up in your face. In
That-
some cases, literally.
Magic's weird.
I don't want to go the other way.
Amazing it is.
I mean, if you got enough spells and want to just, you know, hit the spell magic on that door, I'm all for it.
We can come back to it. Let's just go through the deactivated one.
Alright, sweet.
Does
Uh,
Kill
I want to save my third tier spell.
does Kiljow hear anything on the other side of the door?
Go ahead and give me a perception check.
Hey, good roll.
You don't hear anything on the other side of the door.
I mean, it was a 9, but
Wow, really? And that still got you. Wow, that's pretty good.
expertise.
You just gotta open it.
Yeah, I'll open the door and peek in, see what I see. I'm gonna try to be stealthy about it though.
Okay. Yeah, it's hard to open an ancient stone door on ancient hinges, and it scrapes across the floor. So it makes quite a bit of noise. But you don't think anything like would see you otherwise. You do get a look past it. It looks to be just a hallway.
Hey guys, we have another hallway over here. I'm getting flashbacks to the last ancient ruins we were in.
What was
Hallways.
the last one you guys were in?
Lots of hallways.
Ah, sweet.
I stepped through.
Interconnected hallways and ancient monuments. Oh, and some really big evil creatures.
Oh, and I've got my charge blade in sword and shield mode. Just FYI.
Okay.
Crusch is going to cast lights from the cantrip onto one of her fake gold coins and throw it deeper into the hallway if it's dark.
It is kind of dark.
I have dark vision up to 60 feet.
I was gonna say I have dark vision up to 60 feet as well, so
I don't, so
Yeah.
a little bit of extra light.
Hallway is lit up now. You guys see it ends in a junction that goes either left or right.
if I go in and kind of like investigate up to like the junction and maybe like the beginning of both of the side paths, can I check for any kind of traps?
Sure. Give me an investigation check.
Yay.
Man.
11. No, 13.
Hey, 13,
Aha.
that's better.
Let's say 60 feet, you're able to see, peeking around the corner, there's a door over here. And the hallway that sort of goes this direction.
Okay. And I can see the junction up here.
Yeah,
Alright, well,
it's dark, but you have dark vision, so.
It looks like down the left-hand corridor there's another junction, roughly 60 feet away, and around this corner there's a door. Does the door have a glowing sigil on it?
No, it does not.
Does it have a non-glowing sigil on it?
It also does not.
Okay. There's no sigil at all on the door.
I step forward. I'll head over here to the door to kind of take a closer look at it.
Oh, is that another door?
No, it's
I
not
think
a
it's a
door, that's a
hallway.
gap.
Oh, so there's
Yeah.
there's two junctions down this way. Okay. Good to know.
Alright, what are you doing to look at the door?
Honestly, kind of investigating around the door again to see if there's any signs of the team coming this way.
Sure, give me an investigation check.
Grr.
There'll be a lot of those this session, aren't there?
Oh my god.
Yes.
You don't see any signs of anyone coming this way.
How the hell is that I rolled a 0?
You have
wait, no.
a plus 0.
Right, right.
Investigation.
I'm sorry. I read that wrong.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Alright. Roll to 0. Get over it.
If you rolled a 0, that'd be really impressive.
Yeah. I was kind of thinking that too. I read that wrong. Sorry.
You just threw the d20 through reality. It's
Yeah.
fine.
Well, I had only cracked this door open and slipped through. if I look, and you said it was scraping along the ground, does it look like the ground past where I had cracked it open? Does it look like the door has scraped along the ground there recently?
No.
Okay, so there's no sign that these doors have actually ever been opened recently, even.
Correct.
As oh,
Huh.
that's what I thought was the same for like the door with the sigil that has it activated.
You look confused there, Kiljow. What's up?
Well, I'm taking a look at the ground here, and it doesn't look like where I cracked this door open. You can see there are like scrape marks from it along the ground, but like I'm not seeing those anywhere else in here. So it doesn't even look like these doors have been opened anytime recently.
It's interesting because the sigil was powered down, which would normally mean somebody activated that door in some way or another. However, you're right. There's no signs of any of the team coming this way that we have seen whatsoever. I'm kind of starting to wonder if maybe they didn't come either into this temple this way, or I don't know. Maybe we're just stupid.
I mean, they said they sent a couple of people from the research team. Do you think the research team, for whatever reason, maybe activated the glyph? Do the glyphs look like they're new or old?
They look like they're a relatively recent addition.
Do you think we might be going towards something more dangerous right now, and the research team might be further along behind the door with the active sigil?
You know what? With that little piece of knowledge, yeah, perhaps we should have checked the sigil door instead.
If the sigil door has been opened rightly.
You guys would know from your investigation of the sigil, if someone tried to open the door, the sigil would go off.
Right. We know that part. But what we didn't think about was the fact that the sigil was relatively new.
It was new, yeah.
I start walking back towards the sigil door, to the still glowing sigil door.
Crusch is gonna follow with Death Ward and or Dispel Magic prepared.
Kiljow is going to slip over to here and kind of crouch down, keep low, and just kind of keep watch in the hallway and this door while they're going over there in case anything tries to come up behind us.
But isn't that the question then?
Kiljow is
These
going to do
sigils-
the same. And she's going to keep her crossbow ready and kind of ready to fire off some eldritch blasts.
Yeah.
Okay. Sig, what were you saying?
Isn't that the question then? If these sigils go activate when the door is open, this door hasn't been open, but the sigil's gone off. It's kind of odd.
It is indeed, I agree. But there's no signs of that door actually having been opened, is the strange part.
Yeah.
So somebody activated the sigil without opening the door.
Or we're just drastically overthinking things. And
It's
there's
entirely possible as well.
some kind of
Side note. You did determine that the sigil is not activated when someone opens the door. It's activated when someone tries to open the door.
Excellent point. Anyways, Crusch, let's go ahead and dispel this, shall we? Or do you want me just to try to open the door and we'll see what happens?
That is up to you. If you're worried about dying, I can use my 4th tier spell and put a death ward against you, or I can just try and dispel it.
Just dispel it.
I say just dispel it.
Okie dokie.
All right.
And
And passive perception is 15.
should I cast this at 4th tier and use up my only 4th tier spell slot, or?
No. Just
Okay.
cast it at 3rd.
If you don't need to, probably shouldn't.
3rd tier spell magic.
All right. the sigil on the door sort of flickers and then goes out.
Crusch will ready your shield and lance.
I step forward and I will. Do the doors look like they open inward or outward?
Looks like they open inward.
All right, so I'll try to pull the doors towards me and open them up and see what happens.
Slight scraping sound. This one slightly better condition than the other one, and it looks like it opens into a hallway.
It's gonna loop right back to the other side.
Oh my god.
I'm getting serious flashbacks.
Just come on down here and just wave at the other two.
Alright, from there though, you can see...
Anyway, it's a time.
It puts a
Waste of a spell.
bow.
Well,
Is that another door?
Yep.
All right.
There's
You can
sigil on
see
that
about...
door?
No, there is no sigil on that door.
Completely possible, the fact that they didn't come this way.
Taking a look at this door here.
Mm-hmm.
Does it look like this door has been opened recently?
Give me an investigation
check.
You'll have to roll high eventually.
Hey, that's better.
You could tell that this... you can specifically tell that this door has not been opened recently.
Okay. I'm gonna come and
Yeah.
peek.
before we
down,
keep
then.
moving around, can Crusch look around to see if where we haven't been, if she can see any disturbed moss or anything, like if it's been trampled or anything? You know, a sign that a party's just been walking along the floor, seeing that you said it was covered in moss.
I'd like to be helping out with that too.
Sure. For the moss specifically, you can give me investigation or survival.
I'm going with survival because that's my highest one.
It
I'm
doesn't
helping with
appear that...
Does it get a advantage or?
Yeah.
Okay.
It doesn't appear that any of the moss has been trampled down in any specific pattern. You can see that there are parts of the moss that are slightly squished, but not like you would think would come from a large party moving through. Also, as you pass this area, you notice there is a hole in the wall, and Kiljow, as you peek in, you also notice a hole in the wall.
Does it look like it goes deeper or?
Yeah.
Well, how did I miss that?
It looks like, from what you can gather, that this is sort of like the base stone that they made the building out of, and this was not actually tiled like the rest of it.
Yeah, I'm gonna go in as well.
Empty area.
Give me a perception check, both of you.
Yeah, 12's not that bad. Oh,
20.
that's much.
23.
That's much better.
It's not empty. The room has bits of rubble in it, and bits of moss and lichen and some like tiny crabs, but there's nothing really significant inside.
I don't think they came this way.
Does it?
Unless you
like,
consider tiny crabs eating moss significant.
I mean,
Yes.
it's very significant for the ecology of the place, but looking at the hole in the wall, does it look like it was broken in or broken out?
It looks like it was broken in. Also, we lost Illiren.
Okay. Does it look like it was broken in recently or a while ago?
It looks like it just sort of crumbled inward. It's a very old damage.
Okay. And no sign that anyone has been in here?
I mean, no one other than the crabs, from what you can tell. Also,
I found them.
look about that far.
Are the crabs having a rave?
No,
Aww.
no crab rave.
A note. We found the crew. They've been transformed into crabs.
That explains a lot. I don't think they came this way. We haven't seen any signs of traffic from here. And granted, it's been a few days, but still, we should see something.
Looking
Actually,
down.
from what you know, they've been out here for about 6 weeks.
Oh shit. Okay, that's a lot longer than I
Oh,
thought.
fuck,
Never
yeah.
mind.
Looking out here at the two doors, and that looks like another hole in the wall.
Looks like it.
At least looking at the two doors, any immediate sign of sigils?
There's nothing glowing. At this distance, in the dark, even with dark vision, it's hard to distinguish color differences.
I'll creep down closer to this door. I'm still trying to be like quiet and stealthy.
Alright, roll stealth, and you do not actually see any sigil on the door.
Ooh, that's a natural 3. Brought up to a 13.
Hold on, I actually have to check something.
Uh-oh.
Is Kiljow too far away for me to just say screw it and cast Death Ward on him?
What's the range on Death Ward?
Touch.
Not
Should be
in
touch.
sight.
One sec. Let
Yeah.
me
You also have to see if it needs line of sight. You can also just link it.
touch.
Mhm. Yeah, so
Weird.
it's a bit far out of your touch, unless you like turn into Dulcium and get gigantic stretchy arms.
Street
Yeah.
Fighter.
Killjaw, you don't see any sigil on the door.
I'm
Okay.
afraid to cast it on him though, because then he'll become reckless.
As opposed to wandering alone down a hallway in a giant ruin where people just disappeared.
That's normal. That's not reckless.
That's
We have very unique definitions of reckless in our party, I think.
I mean, this is coming
Mhm.
from a dude who literally flattered a blue dragon. It's not reckless at all.
Alright, well, I'll go down and peek into the hole.
All right.
Hmm.
You are able to see. Sort of. I wish you could draw like. Polygon reveal. There we go.
Anything off this way?
Hold on.
hold on.
Boop.
Oh, very nice.
You see a room, and you see. Let me check something. Doot. You see 2 Ludroth asleep in the corner.
What's a Ludra?
I was gonna say, does Kiljow know what a
Drop.
Ludroth is?
I mean, they would show up in the jungle near watery areas. It's a Leviathan wyvern.
I'm going to sneak backwards, and
They're not particularly large ones.
and I'm going to. You mean like they look like baby Ludroth?
No, they look like normal Ludroth, which are medium creatures.
Okay, I'm gonna hold my finger up to my mouth. Hey, Crusch. There are 2 Ludroth in the next room.
Crusch is gonna nod and just step back.
Actually, I'm gonna ping my earring. Leo, we found a couple of Ludroth asleep up here.
On our way. Hey, Sig, get over here. We're about to have a fight.
What'd you guys say?
You know what? Everyone roll stealth at disadvantage.
Alright.
Well, you 3 that are yelling.
Can I roll it out?
Or wait, Sig's not yelling. Actually, it's just Leo and Nysdrith.
Do you still need everyone to roll stealth?
No. Leo
Yes,
manages
yes,
yell it just the you're familiar with acoustics and sound, the bard work. You yell it just enough that you're pretty sure it will carry over to Crusch and not much farther. And then Nysdrith yells really loudly about, "What are we doing?" And you hear some grumbling, growling sounds from the next room.
I'm gonna sneak up to the wall and pull out my daggers and try to sneakily peek inside the room.
All right. I'm still using your previous stealth. It was, yeah. That looks like they're starting to wake up.
Leo, they're starting to wake up now.
I'm pretty sure by then I'm about right here, and I'm signaling this to get on over to us, if he's able to see us.
Well, does it look like they're fully awake yet, or before they wake up would I be able to get to the other side?
You'd probably be able to hop over to the other side before they fully wake up.
Alright, I'll slip to the other side. Do I see anything else further down the corridor with my 60 feet dark vision?
Yes, you do, in fact, see. No, bad. How does that even work? There isn't even an option to obscure.
You are just unimpressive, sir.
Hide. There's a hide areas option. That's what's happening. When I click on reveal, you see another door.
Okay. Well.
As a side note, the door that you're hiding behind doesn't have a sigil on it. Or hinges.
That's good to know. Is it still upright?
Yes. Mostly. It looks a little tilted.
So, what you're saying is, I could use it as, like, a surfboard to pop out at these things and stab them in a really cool, theatrical way.
Possibly.
Awesome. Good to know. Continue.
What's going on, guys?
I'm planning just
Prepare
something really
healing
dumb.
spells.
Yeah!
Simply put, shit's about to hit the fan.
Oh, really? Where?
Stop trying to
Points
hurt my
down the
fans.
hallway towards Kiljow.
Oh.
To Nysdrith.
Two loot draw.
How do you pronounce your name?
Leo, it wasn't my
Nysdrith?
fault. It happened after he yelled.
Nysdrith?
Yes.
Crusch is gonna look over to Nysdrith and say, if you have any healing spells, prepare to use them on Kiljow.
It still wasn't my fault. It was Nysdrith that yelled and woke them up.
Crusch is gonna look and say,
Yeah, they're woken up enough. They start.
if you think
moving
I'm
around a
crazy and normal, you're gonna love Kiljow fighting.
Alright, if they're starting to wander over this way, I'm gonna pop my first demon mode.
All right. Let's roll initiative.
And I will stab it as soon as it comes
that.
through the hole. Let me double check
Let's do this.
something. 30 seconds. So I have demon mode for 5 turns.
So yeah, completely randomly, I figured out how to fix my computer's connection problem.
Nice.
Congratulations.
Nice.
I got
Ethernet
it back
cable?
like 10 minutes ago. Actually, I had an older one that I kind of forgot about. It was underneath the headset I was using in one of the boxes I was packing. Completely random.
Oh.
Didn't know it was there.
Okay then.
And yeah, I'm
I guess
holding
they're going at the same time.
I'm holding an action to stab them as soon as they come through the door.
All right, and I'm going to rule this as essentially surprise, but they can move around.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let me
Makes sense.
switch up les musiques.
Jesus.
This is going to really. I'm thinking this is probably going to seem pretty underwhelming for the music, but
Yeah.
Sig, it's your turn.
Pretty cool music.
The Waters Arena theme from the Monster Hunter OST.
Yeah.
Stig, you get to go first. The Luthroth are effectively surprised for everything except being able to move around.
Not that we can really capitalize on that much.
Yeah, kind of really far away behind 2 people.
You can squeeze past people.
Yeah,
Just
I
take-
don't have enough movement to do that.
You can also line the corridor here and shoot past each other without any hindrance to your shooting. So we can theoretically just wait for something to come out into the corridor here and blow it the fuck up.
Oh, trust me, as soon as I see one, it's getting Sacred Flame to the face.
5, 10, 15.
20, 25, 30 to get to the other side.
Can I be here?
Yes.
Is there any difficulties with shooting past someone else? Because this is really small.
Not particularly. It's not really rules for people providing cover.
No, because
Like-
these are 5x5 squares, and if you actually
you're
if you
not like
actually
a
block
5x5
out,
cube.
yeah, if you actually like block out a 5x5 area, realistically, 2 people with swords could be at opposite ends of 5x5 grids and not be able to reach each other. So
Yeah, if you block a full 5x5x5 cube, you should probably see a doctor.
Alright.
yeah,
Bonus action. I'm gonna bonus action deploy a shield, put my shield on my gun. Gonna basically put all my guns like against the side of this wall here, so I'm aiming directly down the lower left side of this.
Alright.
And I'm gonna hold a shot to fire against the first not team member that enters this hallway.
Alright.
so basically the first Ludroth that comes in this hallway is dying.
And we shoot it.
Leo, it's your turn.
Remember, stay to the right of the hallway.
Wait, you're right, or the right, or...
I mean, I'm presuming. Yeah, that's a good question. I'm aiming down the corner side.
That's where I am.
Don't worry. Somebody will be in the
No,
way for then.
Lining up on your forehead.
yeah.
You do understand I have to shoot as well. But I have an idea. I've just now moved to that spot there. And you know how snipers will lay down on the ground, weapon out, ready to fire?
Yes.
Yeah?
I'm doing that. And I'm
We're going prone.
I'm going prone with my weapon at the ready to shoot
Okay.
with Eldritch Blast. That way, I can be shot over without getting my tail singed.
Has this happened a lot?
yes.
Yes!
I don't know who's shooting over you. That'd be weird.
Boom! Headshot.
Alright. Is that all you're doing, Leo? Gonna hold a bow shot, Eldritch Blast? What you doing?
Yeah, I'm holding an Eldritch Blast because my bow is my, focus for my spells and whatnot.
Alright. Weird quirk, just by the way. Eldritch Blast still gets to shoot 2 blasts when you use a ready action.
Nice.
Weird.
Specifically calls out not being able to make more than 1 attack. Multiple Eldritch Blasts is still 1 attack.
Yes.
I figured as much.
Nysdrith, it is your turn.
So-
Unless Leo had a bonus action that you wanted to use, but you seemed like
not-
you were...
I'm not popping my inspiration yet.
Yeah, that's probably wise.
Not worth it.
Dan? Nysdrith?
Oh, sorry.
Azim?
Sorry. Got distracted by something else. Okay, I'm going to head over this way. And, well, there's not too much else I can do, but I'm going to hold right next to the door.
What are you going to hold? Like, are you going to stay there, or are you holding an action?
I'm going to use my bonus action to switch from sword shield to axe mode.
Alright.
And just going to hold an action in case one of these guys tries to pop his head through the door. Not likely, but I mean, I'm getting ready to burst through the door on my next turn, really. But I'll also kind of just wait and see if anybody comes to the door for me to smack.
Okay. Ludroth turns. They are unaware of the pounding boss music and sort of vaguely wander around. This one sort of like goes that direction.
This one walked within my melee range, so it's getting stabbed.
Right. Yep. Yeah, okay, that would happen before it actually gets out.
So main hand attack at advantage, because surprise.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, seems about right.
Yep.
Oh, nice.
So you get sneak attack on a critical.
Yep, with demon mode on a critical.
Yep.
So that's 43 points of damage.
By the way, that is Kiljow for get wrecked.
Yeah, that's pretty normal at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Boop.
Okay.
This Ludroth seems very upset about the fact that you stabbed it and lets out a very pained roar. The other one sort of turns in that direction.
Yeah.
That's their turns.
Okay.
Crusch,
cool.
see that?
Sure.
I mean, she would have seen Kiljow kind of poke his head
Yeah.
around the door and then
You
stab.
Kiljow poke his head around the corner and then stab.
Crusch can't see this.
Yeah, it's...
Oh yeah,
it's-
Crusch doesn't have dark vision.
Yeah, you don't have dark vision and it's at a massive angle, too.
I have
Part
to.
of me is about right here.
That's what I'm
And I hit it with
imagining.
Sacred Flame. Right
Yes.
here.
Yeah.
I am imagining Kiljow as the cat that's batting its paw around the corner at the air.
Yeah,
Except
basically.
it's knives.
Except they're really
I believe
pointy,
that's the
pointy
right
daggers.
length, yeah. And let me... Boom.
Alright,
Aw.
next save from the Ludroth. That is a definitive failure. I don't even have to look, I rolled a 4.
Okay.
Unfortunately, it's only 3 points of radiant damage.
I mean, that's still something.
It's
Yep.
someone.
So, you kindly reach out and cauterize its wounds with holy fire.
There's actually a little bit of healing going on there, I think.
Oh
Yeah.
hey!
Kiljow, it's your turn again.
I was stab it.
Alright.
Yeah, no, it seems about right.
I'm just gonna retroactively... Yeah, no.
Wait, how overkilled is... Oh, jeez.
21
Even
damage.
without sneak attack, that's, yeah, it's dead.
Alright,
The other time that Kiljow can actually hit things is in combat.
in combat, yeah. So, 5, 10, 15, bonus action to stabby stab.
Okay.
$11.
Alright. This one has turned, sees you, stab the other one through the jugular, pull your knife out, run over its dying body, and then stab it.
Yeah, no, that's about right, yeah.
Alright.
And my total movement is 25. That was 15. Yeah, I'm just gonna stand next to it. That's fine.
Alright. Don't forget to take down your demon mode, and it's Sig's turn.
Yep, 4 turns left. Well, this seems like a normal Kiljow combat.
Oh, I'm not going to be doing anything in this combat then.
Open with 2 critical hits and draw all aggro.
Yeah. Bonus action. I've never actually done that in combat. I never actually had to say it out loud. Take my shield off my gun so I can move again. I get my full movement speed back. So we can.
Oh, do I see anything else in the room, by the way, now that I'm in the middle of it?
Yeah, no, that's a good point. What is wrong with you, Roll20?
Several things. Why do you ask?
Do I suddenly see like another like 4 Ludroths?
No.
Okay.
You do in fact only see the one remaining Ludroth. Alright, is that all you're doing, Sig?
Dish. And yeah, that's it. We're going in.
Alright, Leo?
You tap me on the shoulder SWAT style.
Actually,
It's actually like a firm grasp on the shoulder is what you do. So, yeah.
Yeah.
from where Sig is, conceptually thinking, would he be able to hold...
Door's closed, I think.
I know, but would he be able to hold an action to shoot when the door gets kicked in by Nysdrith?
I mean, if he thinks a Ludroth would be in range, yes.
I use half my speed to get back up, and then I just come up behind Crusch to end my turn. Considering that, there was no need to ready an action, Kiljow just went in to continue the show. I'm lagging behind.
Alright, Nysdrith, it's your turn.
Alright.
Going in.
I do a really good shoulder into the door to try to bust through it.
Alright, give me a strength check, as it is a locked stone door.
Okay. Oh, God.
You managed to inadvertently trigger the trap in a locking mechanism. Make me a dexterity saving throw.
Wow.
Yeah, you don't manage to dodge out of the way in time. You take 1 piercing damage as a needle shoots out of the locking mechanism and pokes you in the arm.
Oh my god. You hear a disembodied voice saying, "Should have used the breach charge."
Well, shit, that didn't work at all.
I'm guessing that was pretty much my action at that point then?
No, that was your action, yes.
Yeah, okay. I didn't realize the door was locked. Well,
We
this
never
didn't-
tried it.
A closed stone door that is locked, yes.
Well, the other doors weren't locked. We just opened them.
Some of the doors are locked. Not every door is locked. There are buildings
just-
where there exist locked and unlocked doors in real life. There is precedent.
That sounds like
I made this
heresy.
stupid mistake.
I don't believe you,
didn't check the doors
Taylor.
unlocked, did you?
I don't believe you, Taylor. All doors in a building are either locked or unlocked simultaneously. Everyone knows this.
All doors exist in a state of locked and unlocked, and they settle into a specific configuration when somebody tries to open them, depending on how annoying it is.
Does that mean it's like Schrodinger's door?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, this is the Ludroth's turn. It is going
Just heard
to
us bang against the stone door up here.
add some various cussing that was probably in Draconic.
What are you just
Does Crusch hear him?
It's gonna try and swipe at Kiljow.
Alright.
Does a 14 hit.
Nope.
You dodge nimbly out of the way of its claws. That's its turn. That one's dead. Crusch, it's your turn.
Now, I do know I have enough movement to actually get right up into melee range.
Yeah,
And as soon as I
5,
do,
10, 15, 20, 25.
and I'm gonna say screw it. Use a bonus to swap into two-handed for my lance. And
You don't actually have to use a bonus to do that, I don't think.
oh, okay, yeah. I'm just gonna stab it two-handed with my lance.
Okay, well, a 20 hits.
It's two-handed. Ooh.
All right, it takes 5 damage as you stab it.
Well, you know what? No, I'm not gonna activate the item on it.
No, probably not.
Nah. No need.
All right, is that all you're doing?
Yep, I poked it.
All right, Kiljow's turn again.
I stab it.
Heavy stab.
Actually, I'm gonna go behind it
And then stab it.
and stab it at advantage.
Mm-hmm.
25.
That was a good call. Yeah, that hits. And you get sneak attack.
20.
That is a decent amount of damage on it. It is not happy with the fact that you just, like, cut one of the tendons in one of its legs.
Alright, well, I'm gonna try to cut the other one. Yeah, okay. Seems about right. Oh, that was just the worst bonus damage on that crit, but 12.
Oh no!
Crit.
Only 3 crits in a combat. What are you even doing?
I'm
fine.
disappointed too. I should have more.
Is that your turn, or you do your bonus offhand thing?
That was
Oh,
my
that was your
bonus
bonus
offhand.
Okay,
I'm
cool.
not a high enough level fighter to have multi-attack.
That would then make it 6 turn, yes?
Yeah.
I'm still cussing like, oh god, I can't believe I was that stupid to get through by a locked door. What was I thinking?
Can I use my thieves' tools to open the door?
Yeah, go ahead.
16.
Yeah, no, you pick the lock and it pops open.
Just
The trap's
Yeah,
already
it's
been
locked.
triggered.
kind of just slowly push the door open. It's like, push. There you go.
I just stare at him.
Well, what are you waiting for? Let's go. 10, 15, 20.
I will also say, you know, in the process of picking the lock, you notice the needle was poisoned. But that trap has been here for so long that it is no longer poisoned.
Thought for later. Okay, now that I'm here, reactivating shield. Let's do this. Oh,
Alright.
put the shield back on. That's all I got. I used my action to open the door.
Yep.
Poor Ludroth.
Leo.
He is surrounded. No escape.
Oh my gosh.
Leo!
You probably know what I'm about to do.
Leo, shoot it and kill it while standing on top of the corpse of the other one!
Keep posing to
No.
assert dominance.
So, Leo,
So
what are you doing?
Having trouble. Eldritch blasting.
A 9 does not hit, unfortunately. Neither does a 10.
Fuck!
You're having a hard time aiming past all of the people stabbing this thing.
Action clear!
You're like, no, wait, no, I don't want to hit them. I just...
I'm picturing right now all those goblins in Goblin Slayer on that one kid that's in the first episode, just like stabbing down at this poor thing.
He'll just a duck at one point. It's the Eldritch Blast just sails over his head and hits the wall.
Oh, there's another hole I should have tried to go through. It may have been easier to go through the wall than to go through this door.
You do notice actually the Eldritch Blast did decent damage. These are not particularly thick stone walls. Maybe like 6 to 10 inches, it seems.
They're also very old.
Yes. Is that all you're doing, Leo?
Yeah, that'll do it for me.
Alright,
Hey, Kool-Aid Man.
the door is open.
Reach and clear!
I just like wander through, slowly, kind of depressed with myself. Head on down to just take a swing at this guy.
Full person in combat. We're getting there. We're getting there.
Oh,
Oh, that second.
oh
roll
my
was
god!
shit. That
Another
second roll
net.
is almost max.
Another natural
It is
1 on a crit.
Almost dead.
Well, let's go ahead and let's finish this thing off.
Now,
Yeah, that hits.
Nysdrith, this is where we feed it meat and make it our friend. Oh, it's dead.
He lops its head off. Congratulations, you guys managed to get 4 critical hits against 2 CR1 creatures.
What is overkill?
To the team.
Oh.
I still feel really stupid.
But yes, you guys have 2 Ludroth bodies.
Good job,
Okay,
team.
Crusch wants to walk over to this one and loot
Oh.
it.
Okay, I guess I'll
Carve
harvest.
it.
I'll carve this one then instead.
Carve it.
Alright, give me survival checks. It's more formality at this point because you need an 11.
I failed.
6.
Kiljow, it's not any problem on your end. It's just bad luck. This thing is so mutilated at this point that there's nothing useful you can get from it.
Yeah.
The other one was killed much more cleanly.
You're welcome.
Crush, roll me a d20. No, there is only 1 carve off of each of these.
Yeah, I figured.
Okay. D20.
Alright, you get
16.
an immature sponge.
Oh, what?
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 Fucking what?
You have advantage on checks to fish while you wear armor.
My God, that's wonderful.
Wait a
I
minute.
know, right?
Wait
That's
a minute.
actually really good, but also
One
kind of
second.
under.
Great. Everyone knows that fishing is the greatest pastime in the world.
That's the name of it, because I actually do have a slot in my armor.
Immature sponge.
I probably have better materials that I could give you for your armor.
Okay.
Oh, I
I'll
need
just
to.
put this in my inventory for right now.
I love
You know
how
what?
this was the combat where it's like, oh, I'll put this in there. It's like sort of just, nice warm up for combat, make players feel like really cool guys, and then you just murked these things so hard.
Yup.
You know what? You and me. We're going fishing later.
Like,
Yeah.
that
Great
achieved
pastime.
exactly what I wanted, but way too much.
Crush is gonna look over at Nysdrith. It'll take me a minute to figure out how to pronounce the name constantly.
Nysdrith.
Nysdrith, in reply in Draconic. You need a band-aid for that?
I need a band-aid for my. I need a band-aid for my pride.
Yeah.
Iconic.
Actually, how long?
Sorry, but I don't have any bandages for pride, and yeah. I'll offer him a small hit from her flask, though. But perhaps this might help.
I take a swig.
And,
Yeah.
what did you have in there, Crush?
The
The
smoke
strongest
billowing.
alcohol you let me get my hands on mixed with bloodstone fruit.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Both you need to make constitution saving throws.
Oh shit.
Oh, I didn't take a swig. I just offered him a swig.
Oh, he has to make a constitution. Yeah, no, you're fine. You're a little buzzed, but it's very strong.
Shit!
Is that
Up
the
this frog.
is that the stuff that makes smoke start billowing out of your stomach?
No.
No. This is the stuff that you could use as industrial grade cleaner.
Okay.
Might be useful later, actually. Here's the rule. You
Wait a minute! This stuff is flammable, right?
Technically, yeah.
It's alcohol.
So, can Crusch use her torch and as an improvised weapon, fill her mouth up with it and then just spew fire?
That is a thing you could do. I'm not sure how good you would be at doing it.
much.
Oh
But
my
that is
God.
an option you have to try and do if you want.
I
Oh,
go.
I so have to freaking do that.
You absolutely do have to do that now.
How long
Yeah,
does it? How long does it take to add a material to a weapon or armor?
Typically, that is done over a short rest,
Okay.
if I recall correctly, which I assume I am, and therefore we're not going to look too deeply into it because
By the
it
way,
works well
How
enough.
much does that sponge weigh, or is it just so light it doesn't matter?
I don't think the
I've
materials
been
have weight.
Yeah, I've been assuming that the materials have either negligible weight or I don't care weight, just to reduce bookkeeping.
I don't
Okay.
think any of them are actually even given weight in the handbook.
Yeah, no, it would just be a pain to keep track of.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Alright.
First combat as a
So-
team. How does everyone feel? Good?
Pretty
I
good.
mean,
And what did you think of the booze?
I think I could have done better, but you know, it wasn't bad for a start.
Shut up, you're a cornerstone of our fighting team.
Those boos were strong. I'm already a little buzzed. That's only after one small sip.
It's good, right?
I
Yeah,
have
it's
to
a
admit
rule.
it actually is.
Yeah, and you would have
Don't
noticed it's got
worry.
a very strong alcohol taste, but it's also got like a very subtle, like sweet barbecue meat flavor, little smokiness.
Kinda tastes like the booze we cook up in the trenches.
I have an unlimited amount.
That is actually very impressive. Have you ever
That's
thought about
500.
using that as an improvised flamethrower? We used to do it all
Crush
the
is-
time during battles.
Crush is gonna turn away from the group, fill her mouth up full of the booze, and just like spray it out of her mouth through the torch to see how it works.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out what to actually make you. You know what? Roll me a dexterity check.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yep.
Yeah,
Okay.
it looks really, really impressive, but towards the end of it, the fire travels back fast and you can spit it out. And you take 4 fire damage as you try and put out the flames in your mouth.
Yep. Yep.
hey, look this way. Geyser.
Yep.
I just sprayed off my decanter up in this water just to put you out there for a second. There you go.
Yep.
Congratulations, Crush. You just took more damage than we did in that entire combat.
I like-
He's gonna
I like-
smile.
I like how the most
Crush
damage
is
that
gonna
was done in that
smile
combat.
like an absolute pyromaniac.
I do love how the most damage that was done during that combat was the door.
The door. Door is the most dangerous enemy ever.
It's a problem for adventurers everywhere. The Mighty Nine and Vox Machina, for example, have a lot of trouble with doors.
Didn't enough that.
Thor got
Eventually.
wrecked.
Crush is
What?
gonna... never mind.
Uh,
Crush is just
question.
gonna hug her crowbar and look at doors now.
Do these things typically live in like packs?
Ludros?
Yes.
Typically they do move about in packs. They're typically, and this would be fairly common knowledge because Ludroth are fairly common monsters. They typically hang out near water sources and small packs. Occasionally they're led by a royal Ludroth or a Ludra. I think it's a Ludra.
Yeah.
The Ludra is essentially the female version of them that's slightly larger, and the royal Ludroth is the alpha of the pack style. And I believe they're usually female as well.
Okay. Well, they're spewing fire and whatnot. Kiljow's gonna come back out here and listen to at the door.
You hear Crusch's new album, which is Spit and Fire. No. Go ahead and give me a perception check. Yes.
Can I try and loot the other corpse, or is it failed because Kiljow already tried?
Yeah, you get... These things are so inconsequential, you get one carp attempt, and that's it.
If only I had animate dead, because then I'd have another meat puppet.
Oh my god.
Alright.
And it wants to give Leo a hug. But...
No!
So what do I hear
I
at the
don't have it
door?
prepared.
You hear your party yelling at each other behind you, but nothing in the room.
Okay, can I check to see if it's trapped and or locked?
Sure, give me an investigation check.
And this is where I fail. Yeah.
No.
Nope. On close exam, you look at it, it actually looks like somebody has pried the locking mechanism off of this.
Recently?
It doesn't look recent, but it was probably at some point in the past looted. So the door is effectively unlocked, and there are no
Wait,
traps on it.
Is this a hole in the wall right here, or is that another door?
Neither. That's just bleeding through from where I placed the stuff poorly.
Okay.
Is that a door at the end?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, fuck it. I'll peek into this room.
Alright.
I'm gonna slip over to the side, and I'm assuming I need to make a stealth roll because I'm trying to be quiet because I'm sneaky McSneaky.
Yes, if you wish to do so quietly. This one, it's not quite as old as some of the others. It's not loud. It's a little slight scrape, but it's not anything loud. You see large piles of debris and old crates.
Okay. You might also want to close the turn order.
Yes.
But how do we know what turn it is in combat?
Yeah, if I peek my head in, not like going into the room, but if I peek my head in, can I see anything down here?
Do you get a little more? You can't really, without at least putting part of yourself through.
Well, yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm gonna peek my head like through the door and like try to look.
All right. Yeah. Okay. And let me just boop and even that out because it annoys me. All right. And yeah, that one you see on the map is the biggest pile, but there's various smaller piles of debris and like old rotted wood.
Okay, is this a door behind the debris?
Yes.
And is this a door or a hole in the wall?
That is the door, and the thing in the south is also a door.
So door.
Yes.
Okay.
We have came into more doors.
God damn it.
One does not simply walk into more doors.
Well, I'm just gonna simply walk towards more doors.
He did it! The mad lad actually just walked into more doors.
That one got me.
I'm just gonna go check out this.
Whose turn is it to go in next?
I head in.
There's
Crusch is
a cabinet
following.
there. This is sort of like a cabinet slash chest type thing. If you want to roll investigation.
Okay, yeah. Listening to the puns of doors coming from behind me, I go investigate the chest.
Drums.
You
Drums in
find
the deep.
a little bag with 47 gold in it, but that seems like it's all that's in there that's usable. The other stuff seems like it might have been usable at one point, but it's now rotten.
Alright, well, I pass that out to everyone so we all get 9 gold, 4 silver.
Yay! I finally have gold. Gold! I love gold!
I want to check these crates over here, and I'm guessing Sig's going to be doing the same.
I was kind of curious about them and if they were like specifically shoved in front of that door.
Yeah, actually, I mean, honestly, yes. I'm going to kind of like, take a look at the whole pile up and see if it's done intentionally. Also start kind of moving them out of the way to get at the door.
Okay.
Like if someone's trying to barricade the door or something.
Right. Is this barricaded, or is this just
Sort
kind
of.
fallen
It looks
away?
like it was a while ago, but these are now very old crates. Actually, go ahead and give me, as you guys are moving these, why don't you give me an investigation check with advantage?
I think maybe I should do it.
If you have better intelligence, go right ahead.
Okay, let's do this. Investigation. 23.
That's really good. Yeah.
All right. As you're moving these, you notice you hear clink, ding, 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 and you look down and you find an intact vial of oil of etherealness.
I think I have one of those on me, don't I? Sounds like something I would have.
What is it?
I don't. Never mind.
Otherwise, moving these things isn't difficult. The most difficult is getting like a solid grasp on them, as they seem to be completely falling apart.
Yeah, Taylor, do you want to link what that does? So I think Sig said he doesn't have one, so...
I don't. It's kind of know what this is, I think.
Boop. Okay.
Just as it makes you ethereal.
Boop.
It
Beads of this cloudy gray oil form on the outside of its container and quickly evaporate. The oil can cover a medium or smaller creature along with the equipment it's wearing and carrying. One additional vial is required for each size category above medium. Applying the oil takes 10 minutes. The affected creature then gains the effect of the etherealness spell for 1 hour.
Ah, told ya.
I don't know what
be
that
pretty
does.
useful.
Don't actually know what that spell does.
It turns you ethereal.
Basically,
Wait,
kind
isn't
of
that a
just like.
spell I can learn?
I mean, I think it's a. Isn't it druid? It's a cleric spell.
Bard, cleric, sorcerer, warlock, and wizard, but it is a 7th tier spell.
So
Yeah, I knew it. I knew it sounded familiar.
That's a really good item.
Oh, geez. Here, I'm just gonna copy paste this into chat, but
Yeah, no, go for it.
this is
it's actually very useful.
this is the spell.
Oh god. Wall of text, as per many higher
Yeah.
level spells.
It's just a. You can be ethereal, essentially.
Ethereal
You are
plane.
basically a ghost for an hour.
Well, I can't wait until I get access to the spell, because this is until you use your action to dismiss the spell. Like, dang. Except, of course, affected by the creatures on the plane.
Yeah, it is a pretty good item.
Yeah.
I did random gen some of the items in here, and there's at least one of them that I found completely humorous.
Okay.
I guess you'll figure it out when you get there, probably.
Probably.
So we can't clear the boxes out. This door, does it look already still locked?
This door looks like it's also had its lock mechanism torn out.
A little bit more violently, though, or kind of just seems like somebody was looting the place?
Kind of seems like someone was looting the place.
We'll probably find their body eventually.
I open the door.
All right. Give me a dex. No, I'm just kidding. Gotta keep you on your toes.
Damn poison needle.
Roll for initiative.
That's fine. Poison's old enough, it kind of went out already.
Oh, I see. This is taking us back to the other entrance.
I kind of just follow it up.
Crusch is staying behind him, covering him.
Check this door, see if it's locked or not.
I'm waiting for the screams.
It doesn't appear to be locked, but it's not opening either. It seems like it's stuck.
Well, that's strange.
I'll do this one. I'm gonna listen.
Can I check the door for traps? Probably not going to work because my investigation sucks, but you know.
Sure. Roll investigation.
Wow.
That's kind
The
of funny.
investigation really sucks. Nope, not trapped. All right, I put my shoulder into it.
All right, give me a strength check.
Oh my
Oh my
god.
god.
Nope, it's pretty darn stuck in there.
Crusch will walk up behind him and try using her crowbar on it.
Try using your
All right.
alcohol on it.
Pry it
Yes.
open. After applying a bit of alcohol for lubricant.
Why are you lubricating me? I don't need it.
You're funny people.
Don't
Okay.
worry, I'm a doctor.
Give me a strength check with advantage, Crusch.
I don't
God.
think that man's a doctor.
That's a save, but it's still enough to start getting the door open. There's just barely enough for you to squeeze through.
Well, they're busy fiddling with more doors. I'm gonna listen in at this door.
Do I find a gold ring on the ground?
No.
Do you need
I'm
perception?
sticking with
So the door's open wide enough for us to squeeze through?
Yes.
There's my
Well, I'll
perception
squeeze
check.
through.
I'll sneak with just in the doorway covering him.
Whoop, hold up. I'm gonna need to narrate two different things. Okay.
Yeah,
The
all
perception check. You do not hear anything on the other side of the door. In this room, you come upon what looks like some more tattered rugs that are slowly being eaten away by moss and the elements. Some stairs going up that look like they're probably stable, and stairs going down which appear to be going into water.
Okay.
We all live in a yellow submarine.
What's a submarine?
Okay.
I don't know.
And, yeah. You don't hear anything on the other side of that door, Kiljow.
All right. Check to see if it's locked or trapped.
Mm-hmm. Investigate. Rate.
Seems fine.
Yes.
Cool. I'll open it.
All right. How do you do this, roll 20? I have literally never clicked on that button in months.
Wait. Is that just another door 10 feet in front of
Yes.
me? Is it locked or trapped?
It is not locked or trapped.
Okay, I'm gonna open it. I swear to God, there's another fucking door.
Bless you. No, but I have ideas now. Thanks for giving them to me. All right. What was that, Ill?
I fell out of my chair. I hurt now.
Try not to do that.
That's not a good idea.
Crusch will cross dimensions and cast minor cure wounds.
If only that worked.
You-
So, Kiljow, this room is filled with some more, like, piles of debris where it looks like people had some sort of supplies, and what you could tell is like an ancient robe of some sort.
Touch it. Alright, see what happens.
Yeah, does the robe look intact?
Not particularly. It's old and moth-worn, and
Wait a minute. Dang it.
I mean, does it look like it'll fall apart if I touch it?
probably.
Alright, I'll touch it.
No.
Does,
You actually like try and pick it up?
Actually, hold up. Hey, Leo? Can you get Sig down here to cast Mending on this?
Yeah, sure. Give me a second. I'll go find him.
I check this door over here.
All right. Give me investigation then.
Stop having me roll investigation.
It's how you check for crap. It doesn't appear to be trapped or locked.
Okay, I open the door.
Make a
It's stuck.
dexterity saving throw.
Stuck again?
Yeah.
Okay, finally.
Yeah, you push the door open and it leads back into that hallway.
Yeah.
You see, we need a little help over here. Mind following me real quick?
Sure.
Lead Sig back into this room here.
Is this tower pretty empty on our level?
Where did I
this-
miss?
This area of the tower is pretty empty. Yes. Sig, cast Mending.
I mean, would it actually do anything? Seeing as, like,
Yeah, Sig.
here's mine. It's been eaten away, so could they actually fix that at all? I don't really think you can do much for age.
It fixes a single break or tear. You could repair some of the fabric, but it would take a while.
I mean, not much point fixing it. It's okay, robe, I guess.
I mean, I figured that they might have some use for studying it from an anthropological standpoint back at the research camp.
He's not wrong. It would take you probably, you think about like 10 minutes to just patch up all the holes enough that it wouldn't immediately tear apart as soon as you tried to pick it up. But it would still be pretty thread-worn and delicate, not really something you could wear.
Kiljow, where the hell did you learn a $5 word like that? It's over a word like that.
I think he has been like a couple of weeks back at the research center for like the past couple of missions.
Yeah.
Pretty sure it was from Resi.
Kiljow is actually intelligent. He has an intelligence of 12 and a wisdom of
Whoever
14.
says that word, whoever says anthropological, it's a weird word.
The researchers at the research center probably say quite a bit, actually.
Good point. Time for
Yeah.
some magic and duct tape for fixing it, I guess.
Okay. I will add old robe to my bag of holding.
Take me a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Does this tower have a second level on it? Or
From what
I
you
know
can tell,
the
yeah,
roof
there's a roof
was-
over your head. You look up the stairs.
I cautiously start heading up the stairs, kind of like testing each footstep before committing to it.
All right. Okay, we're gonna resolve the whole tower bit. So if anybody else wants to follow them in that direction, now is the time to do so, because I have to actually pull you to a different map.
Kiljow is going to check the other door in that room.
There's another door in that room?
Crusch
Yeah.
is following him carefully.
Oh, the main... Okay, yeah. Let's do the tower bit first, as we're here.
Oh yeah, that's fine. This is how we split the party and all die.
The two
Crusch.
newest party members.
That's okay.
We're about to be replaced by the two newest party... I'm just kidding. You can see partway up the stairs. If you come off of the stairs, you'll be able to see more.
Well, yeah, I'll be moving forward, yes.
Okay, let's see.
But again, just very, very slowly. Every single step is being, I'm putting my foot down lightly, taking it back off, putting it down again, and then stepping forward.
Also, I
So
might
it's like
add,
ultra rough terrain.
I might add the two highest weight party members are doing this.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah, why not?
Nothing in this room?
It doesn't really seem like there's anything in here. It looks like just more stairs up, and an empty room that's got bits and pieces of rubble falling in, a little bit.
Is there daylight coming from the stairway, or we still
Very
pretty-
faintly.
Very faintly. All right, so we still got a couple more levels to go up. I turn back to.
Sorry, go ahead, Dan.
I turn back to Crusch real quickly.
What do you say? Keep going until we can't anymore?
Worst comes to worst, I banish you and cast Death Ward on myself.
Works for me.
Oh wait, nah, it'd be more so I banish you and die. Sounds good. Why not?
And then he pops back in. Because of this plan works perfectly. Okay. You guys go up the stairs.
Yep. Next round.
Roughly how long have we been in?
Well, you guys are taking about 10 minutes to fix that, and they haven't been gone for a full 10 minutes at this point.
Well, no, I mean, like, how long have we been in the ruins?
Oh, at this point, probably about half an hour to an hour.
Okay.
Hasn't taken you guys that long.
That's so weird, man.
All right. As you guys come up here, it's much more obvious that there's damage here. The southeast wall and south wall are both crumbling away. There's barely enough support for the ceiling above you, and there is, in fact, a large hole above you that's letting sunlight come down.
All right, and again, seems more or less empty in here. Nothing that seems to be piled up or like worth investigating, really.
No, it seems like they didn't really use the tower rooms for anything in particular, or it's already been taken.
Well, seems like a bit of a dead end, unless you want to head all the way to the very quickly crumbling roof.
Stay close to the wall on the stairs. Don't go near the middle.
Sounds like a plan to me.
But let's go slow.
Okay.
We're just waiting for the crash.
Crusch is gonna survive.
All right.
Hopefully.
I mean, you'll
The
both
stairs to
probably
here.
survive, but...
As you come up the stairs,
Crusch will cast Death Ward on herself.
Oh, don't
All
waste
right.
your 4th level spell.
you want to, but I'm just saying, as you come up the stairs, give me a perception check.
Never mind, Crusch won't. Nah.
Oh my god.
One moment.
Boy.
Where's my perception? There it is.
Okay.
I'd like one of these rolls to not be shit.
Well, as you come up to the surface, you see that like the roof has collapsed. This area has a bit of wall and is just open to the air. And I would need you both to roll initiative, and Nysdrith will be surprised as several of the pieces, what you thought were pieces of rubble. Hold on, let me reset the.
Crab rave!
Hey, remember when I said this is where we split the party and die? This is where we split the party and die.
This is the part where you die.
This is
Achievement
how
unlocked.
we
This
die.
is the part where you die.
No,
I think this is the part where we die.
Nysdrith wasn't clicking on the character token if you want to add
Yeah,
the
sorry about that.
initiative.
Yeah, I got him. No,
Cool,
it's
cool,
fine. I had to
cool.
redo the initiative anyway. Let me just open up the giant crabs.
How the heck did these guys make it all the way up here? That's actually pretty impressive.
And I'm not even going to bother changing the music this time. Sort descending. The first one is going to be this giant crab, which,
What's
seeing...
their dexterity?
Oh yeah, it is tied. That does matter now.
Yeah, there's a tie on Crusch and the crab, and a tie on Nysdrith and the crab.
Let's see. Giant crab has a dexterity of 15.
And my dexterity is 12.
Okay.
And Crush?
0. Or 10 in the lower box.
Yeah, dexterity of 0. You cannot move.
You're fully paralyzed. Okay. This giant crab next to you is going to be slightly surprised, but sees you coming, swings out with its claw. Does a 21 hit you?
I have an AC of 20. Yeah.
Alright. So that does 7 bludgeoning damage, and you are being grappled because it grabbed your arm.
Hellish Rebuke from my armor.
Alright. Do you have a thing to link for that, or...?
No, it's literally just in my armor note. And all you gave me was, this armor has 2 runes, which regains daily at dawn. You may spend a rune to cast Hellish Rebuke spell from it.
Alright. What's your spell DC?
That's my wisdom, right?
Yeah.
13 or a 1.
Your spell DC is your wisdom, your proficiency modifier, plus 8.
Or...
So, should be 12.
Yeah.
Yeah, 12.
Alright. Roll 2d10 damage.
I believe Hellish Rebuke is fire. Or is it
Yes.
Yeah.
You now are in possession of a cooked giant crab that is slightly latched onto your armor.
Well, that's some good
Can
eating.
Crush take a bite?
Sure.
Crush bites it to eat.
It is very crunchy.
Mmm.
I was gonna say.
Would you like a bit of this?
Giant crabs
Actually,
are
yes.
are what? Like DC like CR 1/2?
Yeah.
I walk over
Right.
to Crush and take a bite of the crab.
Oh my
Giant crabs are actually CR 1/8. You can't yet, you're still surprised. It's still the surprise round.
I cannot be surprised. Hang on. Which one is it? Yep. Hang on. Linking. Storm Rune.
You have advantage on intelligence or counter checks. You can't be surprised as long as you aren't incapacitated. Well, you are presciently aware of the crabs, but you use that knowledge to walk over and take a bite out of a crab. The other crabs see you just brutally cook this thing in an instant and decide to
Fuck
fall
off.
off the edge of the tower and down the wall.
Crush is gonna break it in half and hand him the other half.
Okay.
Well, that's me close the third order.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I told you I wasn't even gonna bother pulling music up for that.
Yeah.
You guys found giant crabs camping out on the roof.
And had a nice lunch. What's
Alright,
your
what-
alignment, by the way? Because somehow we're getting along too well.
Yeah, this is gonna be. This is going to blossom into a beautiful relationship.
Oh my god.
Love hate,
Alright.
probably.
Yeah.
So, while they're up there having a crab lunch, what are you guys doing down here?
We repair a cloak, and I'm gonna go check the other door.
I really hate fabric.
Oh,
Just stitching it together. It's like,
I am
Alright.
staying with Kiljow.
Oh.
Okay. Give me a perception check if you're listening at the door, or an investigation if you're looking for traps.
Yes.
Am I done with the cloak yet?
Yes, you are.
Yeah, you're done with the cloak at this point.
Great, I'm leaving. Okay, don't want to do that again. I don't like fabrics.
This door appears to be unlocked, untrapped, and you can't hear anything on the other side.
I will, being sneaky sneak, open the door.
Short squad, let's go.
Yeah.
The short squad.
Yeah. You're not wrong. Oh, son of a bitch.
Hallways have doors. Come on.
Come on now,
Like-
the real fake doors, folks.
Oh, my
Step forward,
God.
get my gun, ready
I'm
to
not-
shoot. Let's do
Yeah,
this.
it's fine. I just open it.
All right, it's not locked. There's no trap. And you
Get up and
open up
group, Sally.
into a room
Let's go
which
back.
you can see has like semi-broken down walls in the middle of it, and what looks like the tattered remains of a bed and some other random pieces of wood. It looks like this used to be a bedroom of some sort, possibly.
Okay, nothing, no like creatures or anything in the room.
Nothing you see, no.
Okay, yeah, no, I'll head inside. Door at the far end.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay, I'll
We're
take a
catching up to the party.
look at the
Yep.
bed.
All right. Roll the investigation.
Yeah.
I'm rolling investigation to see if we're on the right track to find the
It's
party.
an investigative mission. I can't help you there, man.
I know. I just roll so bad on the investigation for some reason. And yes,
Uh,
Leo, that's a good idea. Check to see if we're on the trail for the new signs.
We're on the trail,
Yeah.
aren't we? They definitely came
Yeah.
through this way.
I'm
No,
pretty sure something walked here at one point, maybe.
And Crusch just investigate the room.
What about? Well, let me resolve this with Kiljow real quick. Okay.
Okay.
You find in like a small shelf under the bed an inker's armband and a series of more well-preserved papers in ancient.
Okay. Let me put the papers into my bag of holding.
Yeah, unfortunately, Crusch doesn't know enough to, I think, to even be able to read yet.
I mean, you could get some basics.
And what is an inker's armband?
And linked in chat.
Brushed metal baselet is linked with magical black ink. The ink only stains skin and sets harmlessly off clothing. To cause magical tattoos to appear on the arm that's wearing it.
Kind of awesome.
Ooh.
Or magically animated in a slow loop.
Kind of like
Ooh.
a niche thing, but kind of cool.
That is actually really cool.
That's really
Yeah.
cool. I'm assuming I need to identify before I can use it.
Yeah, from what you can tell, it's just a bracelet that seems to be lined with ink.
Okay, let me put in. Let's see. And it's Nikers.
It's what? Sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Like that.
There's an apostrophe, but yes.
Okay. Yeah. I'll
I heard
slide it into
anchor.
my bag
Yeah.
of holding.
Inker's armband.
Anchor.
Okay, cool.
Is it owned by someone named Bendy?
I'll have to have
No.
I'll have to have Sig or someone
Back-
take a
Crusch
look
has
at that
Back in the head.
when we take a break.
I have the feeling there's like a false door in here. Like a hidden door.
Can Crusch investigate the room for anything? Like hidden or anything?
There's
You
a
could
hidden
look
door
for hidden objects.
Yeah, Sig,
Go ahead and roll investigation.
are you gonna do a search, Sig?
here. Yeah, I want to look for the hidden door in here that's clearly here.
Okay. Cool.
hidden door.
All right. Neither of you find any like hidden doors or panels. You do find a section of the wall to the east that seems fairly thin. It's already been worn down a bit. If anything was going to give you an unorthodox exit, that would be it.
Crusch is going to gently use her crowbar to pry open the wall in that spot.
I mean, okay, prying open the wall will be more difficult than smashing it through, but go ahead and
Smashing
give
it
me
through then. Fine.
Well,
Look,
I'm just saying it's a matter of
Yeah.
difficult.
it's
Go
kind
ahead
of
and give me a strength check with advantage.
it's not really a
if you
great
want.
idea, you know. Old building, weak walls, poking holes into them, probably not a great idea.
What's the
You're
worst
able
that can
to-
happen?
Chip a bit more of a hole into it. Not enough to fit someone through, but enough to sort of see through.
I head over
Yeah.
and I give her a shoulder.
All right, make a strength check.
Open us.
Oh boy.
What did we just accidentally have to roll initiative against?
How much of
Well-
the ceiling collapsed on them?
Start with you bust through the other side, Kool-Aid
Oh,
man your way through the wall,
I go, oh yeah.
and
As I see them doing this, can I stealth?
you can try and hide behind something in the room.
There's a giant bed, and I'm a Gajalaka. I can hide behind things.
And yes, I will need everyone to roll initiative. Let me
Roll
put the
under
turn
the
order
bed.
up. Hold on, let me clear it first.
Alright, well, my stealth is a 23.
I hope we get more crab. I'm still hungry.
It's
I
probably.
really did not expect
not
that.
a
Not at all.
crab.
Oh
I
shoot!
don't-
I
I
got
don't-
a reroll.
I don't even know what's there yet. I am popping
Over
my
here.
boots of the vigilant.
I got a
All
reroll
right.
initiative. Come on.
So an extra 1d8 to my initiative for a 19.
Can I keep that 11 that I had? Nah, I won't. I had to reroll it, so.
Why'd you have to re-roll it?
Because I didn't have my token selected when I rolled initiative to begin with.
Oh, what the fuck are those?
They look fun.
I really did not expect you just to bust your way through the wall. Like at all. I did not see this coming.
Fuck, I wanted Kool-Aid, okay?
Tetsukabra?
Yep.
Tatsukabra.
It's a fucking giant chupacabra.
Goddamn
Time to
Chupacabra.
pop Spirit Guardians, I guess. I don't know.
I did not
And-
deal with that.
My initiative is a 19 because of my +4.
This guy's pretty cool
Yep.
looking.
And let me sort the initiative. All right. You were not stealthy in this approach, so they are not, in fact, surprised by your Kool-Aid Man maneuver.
Hey, they got me looking at that pretty cool though.
Not even a little surprised.
They're probably
I mean,
thinking,
they're surprised
look,
that it
food.
happened, but not surprised in the sense that they're defenseless.
They're probably
Leo,
thinking,
you
hey,
get the
look,
first turn.
food. Can you mark where the hole in the wall is as well, by the way?
All right, yeah, that's probably a good idea. Let's do a nice red square for Kool-Aid Man. Yeah, Leo, from your perspective, you're looking around the room for stuff, and then Nysdrith just straight up shoulder checks through the wall, and you start hearing something like grumbling and roaring on the other side.
That's supposed
Crush is just yelling, dinner time!
Kiljow will whisper to them, try to lead them back through the hall.
Dinner!
Oh, come on, Crusch. He's got a point, actually.
Touche.
I mean, you've got a lance, right?
Yep.
So get behind me, I'll step through this hole in the wall, and we'll just pokey the shit out of these guys.
Sounds like fun.
So I just realized I have been talking and I forgot I'm pushed to talk.
I was wondering why you were so quiet.
So I'm going to move right here. I don't have any bonuses for stealth or anything, so I'm just going to have my crossbow ready and prep a couple of Eldritch Blasts.
All right. Is that it?
And that's it. Still not using my inspiration yet.
All right. Let's see. So this one, down here, moving first, is going to run over to this wall and sort of scoop up a chunk of it in between its tusks and hurl it at Nysdrith.
Oh boy.
Ooh, up.
Oh.
But it like cracks.
hole.
It cracks the rest of the way through the wall right behind you. Like
So
the
now there's
little
a-
bit that was hanging on. Now there's like practically a doorway.
Okay.
Dinner with the show.
You guys just see this boulder come bellowing through the wall.
Like it's more like a very large masonry brick that just goes like.
Well, I am naturally stealthy as a Linean,
thing.
so I can attempt to hide even when I'm obscured only by a creature that's at least a size larger than me, and I'm small, so both of the people in the doorway are a size larger than me, so using my 23 stealth, I'm just gonna come over here and wait for something to come through the hole in the wall, and prep to stab.
All right.
And you're gonna stab one of us.
No, something that's not a party member walking through the hole.
We don't know.
All right. The other Tetsukaber's turn. Let me just double check. Yeah, it's gonna come over to this section, scoop out a differently shaped chunk, and just hurl another boulder at Nysdrith.
Okay.
Does a 14 hit you?
No, 20 at the moment.
All right.
Hey, we have the same AC.
Yeah, because you're using plate armor and a shield, you just sort of brace yourself, and the masonry, old and worn down, just like cracks across your armor. You feel the shock of it, but it doesn't do enough. It doesn't have enough force behind it to actually hurt you. And that is that Tetsukaber's turn. Nysdrith, it is your turn.
I'm questioning what I want to do because I can go ahead and do something really, really stupid, or I can be smart and play as part of a team.
What would your character do?
Having the training that he has and military experience, he's gonna step. Whoa! What the heck just happened there? What? Come on. He's gonna go ahead and step through the wall, and you know what he's gonna do? He's gonna chuck a firebolt. Actually, are these guys obscured by cover at all, really, or?
They have light cover,
Okay.
so it would be slightly harder to hit them.
I think that's like what, 1/4 cover, so +2 AC.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah.
They've ripped large chunks of their own cover out and thrown it at you. They would have had like full cover, but
Which is
they kind of.
+5.
I'm just gonna reveal the rest of the room.
Might as well.
All right.
Nice room.
So make a
Yeah.
spell attack roll.
Okay, shit. How the heck do I do that?
On the spells page, it should have your spell attack value. Just roll a d20 and add that like a normal attack.
Yeah.
Screw it. I'm just gonna. I made it over here, so. Okay.
All right.
14.
A 14 just barely misses as one ducks behind some of the rubble that's left, and it glances off it just the wrong way.
Okay, well, in that case, I'm just kind of hold my position. I'm going to try to make there be enough room for Crusch to squeeze through past me.
All right. Crusch, what are you doing?
Basically a door now.
Before she squeezes past, she's gonna try and hit him with a sacred flame.
All right. Which one?
This one.
All right. That fails, and your flames take hold, and it burns across part of its skin before sputtering out. It doesn't seem to be very flammable, but it still did damage. It's not doing less damage or anything. It's just not very flammable.
Oh,
And
okay.
she's just gonna go right behind here. She's gonna yell over to Sig saying she wants a gun that shoots liquid.
What?
Eh.
What?
You guys ever seen a squirt gun before?
Squirt gun full of my industrial cleaning alcohol.
With
Oh
a
my
lighter right on the tip of it.
It might be something you could prep at some point, possibly. But is that your turn, Crusch?
Yeah, I can't really do much else.
I have no idea what that even means.
Sig, you see them come back through the wall. You're hearing these monster roars and growls and seeing boulders flying through. And then Crusch says something about a liquid gun.
I love being chaotic neutral.
I'm only going to say this once. Cooking book.
There's an item for that.
Oh my god.
There's also the heat
What did
metal
he
spell.
say?
Yes.
He
that's
said
it.
cook and book.
Oh,
I thought he said
well.
cook and book.
Oh, I see.
That would work
Oh.
well if there was any metal on them.
No, I'm just talking about trying to make a flamethrower, basically. I could see that.
What do you think I was trying to do?
The hard part of making a flamethrower isn't getting it to catch on fire. It's not making it blow up in your hands.
Yeah.
Water balloon full of booze, you throw it at them.
Yes, Tig,
Yeah.
you do have a line of sight to this one in the south. It is slightly obscured, though, by your party members and the wall.
As an action, I was to take out a small cylinder, put it on the ground. It sprouts legs and begins to slightly pulse a blue glow to it. I'm activating my Eldritch Cannon in Protector mode. And then as a bonus action, activate the Protector mode feature.
Alright, how many temp HP do we got?
Where do you manifest it?
Everyone gains...
You can move it about if you need to. Everyone within 10 feet of it. So if you put it directly to your right, that would hit
Yeah.
everyone, yeah.
Well, it would hit everyone here too, wouldn't it?
No,
Yeah,
we missed
Sig.
Sig.
How would it miss
Leo.
me?
Leo.
No, it would
sorry.
be fine either way.
Oh,
I'm
what?
within 10 feet of this spot. I like this spot better because it's not in line with the wall directly. So everyone
so yeah.
gains...
Roll a d8. Plus your intelligence.
Everyone gains
So-
8 temporary hit points.
Nice.
I'll take it. I'm out of my 10 hit. So yeah, I'll take it.
Very nice.
Yeah.
A side note for those that are unfamiliar with the rule, temp hit points don't stack. If you gain temp hit points and you have temp hit points, you just take whichever is higher. They are not additive.
Aw.
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Otherwise, temp hit points would be broken as hell.
Yeah, you could sit for an hour inside of this thing and end up with like several hundred extra hit points.
Hour.
Would be 60 minutes each round. Each minute is 10 rounds, so 600 rounds.
So
Yeah, you'd get a lot of hit points.
600 d8 plus 3 times.
Yeah, you'd end up with something
600.
probably in the range of about 3,000 hit points. That would be dumb.
Yes! Awesome, but also very dumb.
Mm-hmm.
I
All right, is
believe
that it
that's
for you,
my
Sig?
turn. That's my turn.
All right, back to Leo.
And
I'm actually
You're-
going to check something here.
Okay.
while you are checking that, just to clarify for the people watching, as well as the new party member, the reason why I keep my character in stealth and hiding at the beginning of combat, even though they're technically not surprised with my assassinate perk, the way Taylor is running the game is that if the creatures haven't perceived me, then I still get the proc of assassinate.
Yes, if a creature has not perceived you during the combat, you can still use assassinate if you hit them from stealth.
Yeah, and we're basically doing that to fix the assassin
Yeah.
class.
It's essentially the idea is if they haven't perceived you in any way. Right now, there's not really a good way for them to do that, so it's a good opportunity.
Yes, it's also kind of why I try to keep my characters stealth at the beginning of combat and out of sight.
It also doesn't hurt
I-
because of the fact that you are kind of a glass cannon.
I'm nothing but a glass cannon.
I am going to use aid.
All right.
Aid is different because it actually directly affects your HP max.
Right. So who are you using it on?
Our 2 tanks and Kiljow.
Okay. Crusch, Nysdrith, and Kiljow, you each get 5 additional maximum hit points for the next 8 hours.
Nice.
And you increase your current hit points by 5 as well to match that. Just remember to mark that in a way that you can remember to take it off afterwards.
So basically, we're just adding 5 hit points to our current HP level.
Yes.
Yeah, what I did is where it says current HP and hit point maximum, mine is 41, and it now reads 41 plus 5 in each location.
Yeah, you are able to do that, and it will just make it into 46 for you.
Oh, I just upped my current hit points to 73 and just was gonna leave my hit point maximum at 69.
Do it that way.
Nice.
I
Anyway,
have
Oh
69
god.
hit points.
Oh,
With-
God.
yeah.
Okay.
by the way, this kind of feels a little weird. It's like some kind of color you can't describe in the taste of your mouth. I used the Warlock bullet for this one.
But hey, it's helpful. All right, is that all you're doing, Leo?
That's it.
All right, Tetsukaba turn again. He's just gonna sort of Kool-Aid man his way through what's left of that wall
Hey,
Run over.
copycat!
and attack Nysdrith.
Okay.
He's come into my melee range,
Yes.
so I hit.
Yep. Well, you rolled a hit.
I rolled a hit, yeah.
Okay, hit something.
And I don't have
Probably hit.
don't have demon mode active, so I don't get that, which is unfortunate, but that's fine.
A 19 will hit.
Alright, that auto crits from assassinate.
Yep. So roll your damage and then roll the dice again.
Slash roll. Actually, I can just press the roll again.
You just don't get your 4 dexterity bonus, so it's -4.
Yeah,
But that's
so
still 12 extra. 28?
28, yeah.
Nice big chunky hit on one of its, as it tries to like gore through the wall, you like stab it in the neck. Speaking of goring through the wall,
Oh, fuck.
does a 15 hit Nysdrith?
No.
And does a 16 hit Nysdrith?
No.
Alright, you're basically stopping the wall at this point.
Pretty much. It's what's my intent.
Like, you've got your shield out, and it's just like, you're body blocking the entire hole.
Yep.
You shall not pass!
Oh my god.
Kiljow, it's your turn.
Alright, so bonus action, demon mode, number 2.
Alright.
And stabby. Not at advantage, but yep.
Not an advantage. Of course.
Seems about right. All right. So that
Christ, man!
25, 30, 35. Yeah, seems
You,
about
as
right.
it's trying to like swipe at Nysdrith, you stab it in the arm because that's another open body part ready for damage.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. That's Kilchow's turn.
All right. The other Tetsukabra sees that this one is trying to deal with the current hole in the wall, and is going to decide it doesn't like having a wall in front of it between it and the thing is, and it's going to run up and it is going to try and smash through the wall.
Oh, I was hoping it wouldn't be able to do that, but okay.
Oh yeah.
14?
14 doesn't quite take down the wall, but Leo, you notice a sizable dent bend the wall towards you. You hear a ka-choo, come on, and the part of the wall like dents inward towards you and cracks.
This guy get a little dazed from that hit?
Not particularly,
Head a
no.
little bit?
Shakes his head a little bit, but otherwise seems fine.
Oh,
And then
Those
does it
war
again.
salesmen seem to really want to come after us.
And it has just enough reach to try and squeeze itself in to hit Nysdrith, so it is going to also attempt to gore and stomp him.
Oh shit!
Oh,
Why is there so many 20s in these combats?
Okay.
Corner.
First things first.
Yeah, Dan,
Hang
welcome
on,
to
hang on,
combat.
Hang on. I'm invoking my cloud rune.
You invoke the rune, choose a different creature other than the attacker. The chosen creature becomes target attacking the same role. Alright,
That's what I'm
who are you
choosing.
targeting? Okay, so the first one manages to, you like, have a bit of cloud giant magic that lets you like slip the perception of this thing between it and you, and it smacks its friend for 27 damage.
Oh, nice.
That's the price of trying to gore past a giant fucking creature.
And then it does manage to swipe at you for 19 damage.
Ouch.
This is actually
Okay.
slightly sad because there's, yeah, these are actually a very friendly pair of very territorial creatures.
What was it, 19?
I don't think they're
19
friendly.
damage, yes.
Okay. Wait, what the hell happened there?
It's not happy about accidentally hitting its mate.
Too
Nysdrith, it's your
fucking
turn.
bad.
Yeah, what you guys see is my shield rune suddenly glows brighter and brighter until it's almost blinding, and an invisible force almost directs the tusks into the other, whatever the heck these things are called.
And then it whacks you with its hand anyway.
Yeah. I couldn't stop that second one.
No, but it's Rune Knight is an awesome class.
Yes.
Well, you guys just saw me basically doing this guy here. I'm sure this guy here has got to be a little bit upset about that.
Yes.
Maybe he'll, get mad at this guy. I don't know. I'm hoping.
Or he'll just be really mad at the tiny creature that stabbed him twice.
I never hurt him.
No, me.
Okay, your turn. Stop it.
Yeah,
Okay, action
Nysdrith, it is
stop
your
it.
turn.
Oh shit, it's my turn?
Yes!
Yeah.
Stop it.
Oh, okay. Oh, screw it. I'm going to have a little bit of fun here.
Yes! Wait.
Do you have room to
If you
don't-
lack the room to become large, your size doesn't change.
Wait a minute. So, would I not... Well, these guys here are large, aren't they?
Yes, but you don't have room to become that. You're surrounded
Oh.
by people.
Yeah.
You still get the
Uh,
benefits, but you're not large.
Oh, bummer.
Never
Never mind then.
It still works. The only thing that doesn't happen is you becoming large. You still get all the other benefits from it. It's actually kind of a really neat way to gain the benefits without the extra size and movement encumbrance. On
But I
trying
wanted to become large and really scare the shit out of this one.
I'm also going to mark... boop. Keep track of it with one of your token thingies.
What?
I put a 0 on the red dot on your token.
Oh, okay.
So what you can do, if you click on your token, you go to little, what looks like a joystick almost, or an orb underneath it. You can choose icons on it. If you
Okay.
hover over one of those and press a number, like say if I hover over red and press 9, it changes to red with a little 9 beneath it.
Oh, okay.
It's useful for keeping track of overtime effects, which
Okay.
for you is 10 rounds because it's a minute.
Whoa, shit. What'd I do there?
You killed yourself. No.
Yeah, I noticed that. Okay, well... What is this here? No, it's not an action or anything. No, bonus action. There it is. Okay. Just going to take a swing with my sword version, since that's what I had equipped at the time. First swing. Oh, did that not go through? It did not go through. I don't know why it didn't go through. Let's try again. Nope. Oh, okay. Well, the first one I
swing
did-
misses. The second one definitely hits.
Yes.
Alright, go ahead and roll damage for that.
And hold on a second here.
God, roll 20 is just on a critical hit rampage this evening.
And an extra 4 damage on top of that for the Giant's Might.
Alright.
That would also have been critted, so it doubles as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
Regardless, this thing is brought down to 0 health, and as you stab out at it with strength imbued from the might of the runes, it slumps onto your blade and then plumps off of it as it dies.
Now, do I get advantage with the strikes as well?
What do you mean?
From Giant's Might? No, just checks and saving throws. Never mind.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Alright, I'll take a swing at this guy here.
That
Wait,
was
no,
your
I took
2
both
attacks,
my-
yeah.
Sorry, yes. I accidentally double-clicked it because, yeah, stuff happened. Alright, so that's it for me. For right now. A little bummed I don't get to be giant size, but, you know, whatever.
You can't really, like... Gotta try and do it when you're not in a crowded area.
Yeah.
Is this other one in melee range for me, or do I have to
No.
move into the room?
You would have to be able to reach it. Currently, there is a wall between you and it. So, like, distance-wise, it's fine if you have reach with the lance.
Can you move over into this side, into this hex, and stab it that way?
Do you have reach with your lance?
Yes. Or, pretty sure he does.
I don't know.
Gun lances have reach.
I think so too, but let's double check because
It's a weird weapon.
Just have a normal lance.
Oh, it's just a normal lance? Oh. Well, you still definitely have reach. I think a normal lance is 15-foot reach.
no, that would be like a. Here, let me pull up the guide to monster hunting. Who?
Yeah.
Okay. Because I think it does the same damage as a. You don't have a normal lance currently. You used it as the base for the...
Oh, okay.
I have an uncommon basic lance.
Lance does have reach, versatile 1d10, normal 1d8.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, so you do have reach, so if you were at a diagonal, you could hit it.
Okay, so if I just move over a little bit.
Yep. Just sort of reach around Nysdrith.
Oop.
Pokey pokey.
And also stab the monster.
Yep, I suppose I should click the lance then. Come on, cooperate with me, computer.
Okay.
I have a clue for those who don't like to cooperate.
Cooperate! Oh, we're the only ones who understand that joke.
Yes. A 6 unfortunately does not hit. There's just too much going on. Unfortunately.
Well, can I cover it in alcohol as a bonus action?
That would not be a bonus action, no.
Dang it.
Sig.
I'm gonna take a step here. And hold a firebolt in case the other one comes in spot I can aim at it.
Alright.
Then bonus action, protection. Everyone get 10 temporary hit points.
Nice.
Everyone.
Again,
Also,
overwrites your previous, if it's
Oh,
higher.
I've lost my 8, so, you know.
Yeah, I'll
You
override
get
my...
10.
Well,
Smashed me.
yeah, back
And
to my
everyone-
normal amount of hit points that I usually have. Yay.
Alright.
And
That's movement, bonus, action, so... Yep.
Yep.
Leo, it's your turn. The wall made a very distressing sound just a moment ago. And you actually got little bits of stone and plaster in your fur. You are muted if you're not.
I think I'm just gonna move over here and have a cup. I don't think I'm in a good view to really shoot this asshole, so I'm just gonna have my Eldritch Blast on ready.
you too. All right.
Alright. This Tetsukrava is going to see the other one go down, and it, like, turns bright red.
Oh.
It's activated its blaze ability.
It's enraged.
I was gonna say, just enraged.
That's a
Yep.
thing.
So, it's going to make a strength check with... Oh, one check with advantage, and holy crap, yes, it stomps right through this wall, slams into your little turret thing. Sig, I need you to have it make a dexterity saving throw.
13.
Alright. It takes 11 damage and is pushed to here.
Let's see. Minus.
Shooting the blasts.
Yes, and then everybody that was going to shoot it can shoot it.
Bang, 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 bang.
I don't think
A-
that first one hit.
Ah!
12 does not hit. Nor does a 1, or a 7.
I
but
didn't,
a
I
1.
didn't think it would come through that way.
Yeah, everybody was expecting it to try come through the hole in the wall, and it just decided to finish off that one. Oh, another thing I have to... close, but... Yeah, so it takes that force damage from the Eldritch Blast. And then it is very angry and is going to turn towards Nysdrith as the source of its anger.
Use its actions already?
Is part of the rage thing.
Oh, okay. Darn.
Does a 24 hit?
Yeah, 24 hits.
Does a 21 hit?
21 hits.
And is going to gore and stomp you.
geez, 14, so 24 total?
28.
20, oh, still.
How low
yes,
is your HP?
Let's see here. So that was 10 there, so that's another 18.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
So 8 out of your main hit points.
oh, right.
18 out of the main.
18 out of the main hit points. Yeah.
18.
Yeah.
That's what I
Sorry.
thought. Okay, I was doing my math right.
Mhm.
Okay, I mean that one hurt. I'm down to about 2/3 health right now.
Okay, I'll save my spells for healing.
And just an FYI to everyone, it does not look like it's focusing on defense at all.
Yay, advantage.
Cool.
Yeah,
Time to break its shit.
it is recklessly attacking.
Ooh. My turn?
Yes.
Good idea.
Flanking it with Sig, even though I'd get advantage anyways, in case it calms down. And first attack with advantage.
Yep. A 21 will definitely hit.
For 21 points of damage.
21 to hit, 21 to damage. Perfect.
Poetic.
Balanced. That's all things.
That's all things should be. Yeah.
Perfectly balanced. And then bonus action, stabby stab, because of course it
Critical.
is.
Gosh. Again? Holy cow.
This is the critical combat, apparently.
You could say it's like critical rules.
But
Another natural one for critical bonus damage, but yeah, an extra 11. So 32 in total.
all right. And this one's dead. So then it's Nysdrith's turn.
I quickly turned to the rest of the group.
Do we want to try to catch this one or just kill it?
I think it really hates you.
Wow, those mic peaks there.
That wasn't the mic, that was just his voice doing that.
Alrighty. Screw it. Bonus action, change to the axe charge blade version, and take a swingy swing. Don't I have something special that my charge blade does? Who gives a shit right now?
Most of the weapons don't have anything particularly special they do
No,
until they're at least uncommon.
I took charge blade mastery, which I don't know what that does. Something dark side. Anyways, first swing at advantage. Ooh, 26.
That'll definitely hit.
16. Oh, wait. There. Oh, wow. So 22 points of damage.
All right.
And I'll take another swing at it. Actually... should I go ahead and do that? Yeah, you know what? Heck with it. I'm going to invoke the Fire Rune. Do you want me to link that over to you real quickly?
Sure.
What is that?
All right. A strength saving throw. And roll that extra damage.
Oh god, that was
Whoa.
terrible. 2 fire damage.
All right. Takes 2 fire damage.
Most
And
likely this guy's got plenty of strength, but, you know, we'll give it a shot.
it's
anyway.
a 19 on the save.
The
Yeah,
DC
probably.
would be, oh yeah, like, at best 14.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it
Yep.
passes. Yeah, well, it was worth a shot.
Formatting that is terrible, but that's Charge Blade Mastery.
thought you were using a switch axe, or was that?
No, charge blade, technically. It switches still from sword, shield.
Oh,
to
right. There's
axe.
2 switch axe type weapons,
Right.
Monster Hunter. Okay, so it gives you an extra ability once you get an uncommon charge blade.
Oh, I have to get an
Start
uncommon
using-
one first.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
it requires you to use files.
Okay. Got it. Okay, so that's pretty useless at this moment then. Got it. Okay. Alright, kind of using all my runes, but I get them back on a short rest, so I kind of figured, screw it.
Yeah.
Sadly, that was a bit of a wasted one, but, you know, may as well. Alright, I think that's all I can do.
I mean, you do still have your extra attack.
No, I already made that. No, that's right, I didn't. Okay. So, yep,
Right.
making a... Oh, nope, that's not gonna work.
Nope.
I don't think that hits.
You cut so deeply with the first attack that when you expended the runes to like lodge it in there, you didn't really get the momentum out of the second swing that you wanted.
Yeah. So, action surge is a bonus action, right?
No, action surge is just the thing you do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Free action.
Action
screw
surge
it.
is something you pop, and it just gives you an extra action.
Alright, swing it away at him again. Oh, nice.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, welcome to combat, Dan.
Hang on a second here.
It's basically a string of misses and critical hits.
Alright, so
Apparently.
that is, well,
Roll
shit.
20 is like on crack or something tonight, I don't know.
Yeah.
23 more damage. And let's go again. 26.
Yep.
And hang on 1 second. And 13 more damage.
It looks incredibly injured. You hacked like partway through its neck. It is still very angry. In
Yeah.
fact, if anything, it's angrier. Crush,
Yep.
it's your turn.
Crush.
I want to poke it with the pointy stick.
It's open. Go for it.
It only has like 1 hit point left, doesn't it?
A
Yeah.
17 hits, and yes.
And
So,
it's dead.
Crush, you run it through what's left of its neck, and it sort of like slumps onto your lance. It's uncomfortable and awkward, but you know it's dead.
Can I start a fire underneath it to make my lance like a split roast? I'm
No!
joking.
Harvest it!
I want to harvest / loot it.
Harvest.
All right,
Yeah,
let me check something.
I'll take care of the one down here.
Okay, it gives you 3 chances to carve from it for each one.
I want to.
Okay.
So
Can
who,
I help with any of that, or does that not
There are
help?
5 of you. You can each make 1 carve check, and someone can make 2.
yeah, whoever has the best
Okay.
survival should make the second one.
My survival is 4.
Yeah, so is mine.
Mine is 5.
I want to harvest. I normally never get the chance to.
Well, we're all taking at least
Okay.
1 harvest, and whoever has the highest survival can take an extra harvest.
I'll just do mine first. Let's see how crappy it is.
Yeah, it's a DC 14 check, so
Okay.
Hey, I made it.
yeah, there you go.
Oh God, thank you.
That was close.
On the dot. Nope.
No.
Poor Sig.
Leo.
Ooh, Leo did nice.
Okay, I guess I have the highest survival.
Yes, you do.
Actually, yeah, you.
Oh, there you go.
Yep,
Okay.
seems about
I
right.
very rarely get. I don't think I've gotten to use this rule yet. When you get a critical hit or a critical success on a carve check, you roll 2d20, add them together up to a maximum of 20 for the roll to see what part you get.
Nice.
So let's start down the line. Crush, and Sig are both unfortunately unable to get anything that is harvestable for actual like usable
Oh.
properties. Nysdrith, I need you to roll me a d20.
Ugh.
A 4 gets you a Tetsukabra scale.
Right, I need this page open now.
And I will link those in chat, or just copy paste, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get the idea.
And
Let Leo go first, and then I'll do my two.
the weapon version. All right, and then Leo, make a d20 roll. That's a 10, which gets you a Tetsukabra Claw, which can only be used on a weapon, but ooh, that's a very interesting effect.
Huh.
Dignified Skull shouldn't have been in there. Okay.
That's mold earth at will. That's interesting.
Yep. Silent, roll me a single d20 for the first one. A 17, which gets you Paddock Oil. That's actually really... Oh, that's a cool item. Okay. Okay.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty interesting.
Let me add that to my bag of holding.
That's actually
And
pretty
then
good, yeah.
I will need you to roll me 2d20.
Yes, let me just finish adding this.
As you get crits on both.
One Paddock Oil. And slash roll 2d20. 16.
You get another Paddock Oil.
You know what? I'll take that. That's not bad.
Yeah, no, it's pretty good. Besides, the only thing higher than that on the rolls would be Tetsukabra Tusks. Can only be used on a hammer for weapons. Although,
Yeah, I
it
have
is
a
really
hammer.
cool. If you use it on armor, you get a burrowing speed of 10 feet.
That's kind of funny.
Yes, these things can dig their way underground.
Nice.
Question: who can take advantage of mold earth and has an open weapon slot?
One sec. I think I have an open weapon slot.
Taylor, you gave me another resist fire damage.
No, I don't have an open well, I do on my hammer, but I don't really use my hammer.
Nysdrith, do you...
Okay, full disclosure, because this is hilarious and I want to tell everyone. Rolling
Go
up
ahead.
the creature materials for Dan's character, 2 of them had armor effects that said, while you are wearing this armor, you can use your reaction or bonus action to gain resistance to fire damage until the end of your next turn. Once you use this property, you cannot use it again until you finish a long rest. That's also what the Tetsukabra scale does. He now has 3 materials with that effect.
Nice.
Oh, just so people who got materials can mark it in case they want to sell them and can determine price. What's the CR of a Tetsukabra?
It is CR4.
Okay.
And is that a desk that I have Crusch in front of?
That's a bed.
Oh, cool. Can Crusch look around it and see if she sees anything?
I think I'm actually going to say let's call it there and continue from there for the next session.